Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable members, at the commencement of the joint sitting on Thursday last week, I indicated that members would be given an opportunity to observe a moment of silence today for the death of the mentally ill patients in Gauteng. I will now ask the honorable members to please rise to observe a moment of silence in memory of the late fellow South Africans. Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable members, during the joint sitting last Thursday, a number of issues were raised. On some of the issues that were raised, we committed to get back to the House. And I would now like to address the joint sitting on some of those issues. The first one was an alleged release of tear gas or pepper spray in the gallery. Honorable members will remember that guests in the public gallery and some members were affected by what appeared to be a powdery substance that was released in the gallery. The matter was investigated. We are now able to report that a powdery substance was indeed dropped in the gallery. It was contained in a small packet. The item was retrieved and handed to the relevant authorities for testing, and the results are still outstanding. The matter is therefore receiving attention, including the circumstances which led to it being dropped in the gallery. We can confirm, however, that it was not tear gas or pepper spray. The second issue was relating to the cable ties. A matter was raised about cable ties that were allegedly intended to be used on members of parliament. We have referred the matter to the police for investigation. The third issue was about the presence of armed members of the South African National Defence Force. Honorable members, regarding the presence of the armed members of the South African National Defence Force on the precincts, we wish to indicate that the presiding officers have written to the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans with a view to seeking clarification on the matter. We await the response of the Minister before we engage further on this. The fourth issue is unparliamentary language. It has been brought to our attention that certain members engaged in behavior and used language that could only be described as unparliamentary and unacceptable. Members should be aware that it is sometimes not possible to hear members, especially when the remarks are not uttered through the microphone. When the chairperson of the council noticed an altercation, in particular in the front benches, even though we did not hear the words used, she appealed to the honorable members to behave appropriately. I would only wish to emphasize the point that insults and similar language do not serve to enhance the dignity of Parliament. This conduct sets a bad example to the nation. Honorable members, we are leaders, and it is expected of us to behave as such. The fifth issue relates to the physical removal of honorable members. The joint rules provide that when members have been physically removed, the circumstances that led to their removal must be referred within 24 hours to a multi-party committee for consideration. The physical removal of the honorable members last Thursday has since been referred to the Joint Rules Committee for consideration. I thank you, honorable members. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
I call upon the Honorable the Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Khatebe.
Madam Speaker, His Excellency the President of the Republic, the Deputy President, honorable members. I must declare up front that the mayhem that transpired in this House last Thursday is highly regrettable. Parliament is an institution established with the core values of accountability, teamwork, professionalism, integrity, and as members, we must always uphold those noble values. A young boy who had the glorious opportunity of ushering in our head of state with a poetic rendition was drowned out by heckling and jeering adults who are supposed to be leaders of South African society. The President of the Republic, His Excellency President Zuma, had to wait for more than 1 hour to articulate his plans for our country because there were constant interruptions followed by jeering, heckling, and even profanities spewed inside this esteemed house with reckless abandon. We must find our moral compass and remember that we are all here because we are mandated by the voting public. We are accountable to the people of South Africa, who have entrusted us with the responsibility of leading them in our democratic journey towards a better society. The members of this House must pride themselves in their excellent service to the people of this country. Madam Speaker, the time has come for all of us to restore the dignity and the decorum of this prestigious House. Our Parliament must return to its former glory as a dignified space for honorable members to have candid debates in the interest of creating a better life for all South Africans. As a nation, we are deeply saddened by the senseless deaths of 94 patients at Esidimeni Mental Hospital. Our President expressed our collective grief and indicated that the recommendations of the Health Ombudsman will be speedily implemented without any reservations. We empathize with all those who lost their loved ones in the midst of this tragedy. However, it is disingenuous and even inhumane for political parties to use the death of human beings as a rallying cry for political expediency. For the benefit of those who left before the proceedings were concluded on Thursday, President Zuma's State of the Nation address is underpinned by our National Development Plan as a bedrock for building a better and a more prosperous South Africa by 2030. The NDP is an overarching plan that is aimed at ensuring that all South Africans attained a decent standard of living through the creation of decent employment, elimination of poverty, and the reduction of gross inequalities. Parliamentarians must put the needs of the people first and not advance their personal aspirations at the expense of the public. They must be compatriots who want to efficiently deliver the much needed services to the South African nation. The National Development Plan is very emphatic on accountable leadership. South Africa needs leadership that is devoted, that is dedicated, capable and committed, and not self-serving. Let us put South Africa first. Let us put our people first. It is clear that freedom is not always synonymous with equality, and this disjuncture is quite prevalent in South African society. The gross inequalities in our socio-economic conditions stifle growth in various sectors of our society. According to Statistics South Africa, white households earn at least 5 times more than black households. This is an unacceptable disparity, especially 23 years after the dawn of freedom and democracy. In the world of business, most black people are still economically deprived and dissatisfied with the economic gains of our freedom and democracy. Despite more than 600 billion rand of BEE transactions from 1995 to 2015 amongst the top 40 JSE shares, this has not benefited many black people. Only 10% of the top 100 companies on the JSE are owned by black South Africans directly, achieved principally through the introduction of generic codes and various sectoral BEE dispensations. Of the above, about 60% is in the hands of strategic BEE partners, 20 to 25% in the hands of community schemes, and 50 to 20% in the hands of employee schemes. It was in view of the slow pace of transformation and lack of inclusivity in the economy that the President introduced the radical socio-economic transformation. The emphasis here is on a fundamental change in the structure, systems, institutions, and patterns of ownership, management, and control of the economy in favor of all South Africans, especially the disenfranchised black people. We must assure you, honorable members, that radical socio-economic transformation is not just a political rhetoric. It is a more rigorous step in our continuous journey towards building a better and more prosperous South Africa. The radical socio-economic transformation builds on previous interventions that were aimed at transforming our economy. All these interventions are in line with the assertion of the Freedom Charter adopted by the collective mass of our people under the auspices of the Congress of the People in Kliptown in 1955. The Freedom Charter states, the mineral wealth beneath the soil, the banks and monopoly industry shall be transferred to the ownership of the people as a whole. We are now building on those prescripts of the Freedom Charter by implementing the radical socio-economic transformation as an interventionist strategy to expedite transformation in South African society. Our country is a mixed economic system comprising the state, the private sector, and social capital. More than 75% of the economy is in the hands of the private sector. This places the private sector as a strategic partner in our efforts to find solutions to the economic challenges that confront us as a South African nation. We continue to work in close collaboration with the private sector through many initiatives such as the CEO initiative and other relevant structures as alluded to by the President. We also, honorable members, have a historic backlog of a skewed economic system characterized by exploitation and imbalanced distribution of wealth along racial lines. We are now well into the third decade of democratic dispensation in our country, and we cannot continue to lament the legacy of our divided past. The radical socio-economic transformation is a vehicle through which we can accelerate the process of transferring economic power to the black majority. As the ANC were unapologetic about our stance of prioritizing the black majority in our transformative programs. We must accelerate the radical socio-economic transformation to ensure beneficiation of the majority of black people who suffered centuries of colonial domination, decades of oppressive apartheid rule, and a lifetime of economic deprivation. This radical shift in our agenda requires that we follow the guidance of the NDP Vision 2030 in exploiting optimally all the strategic levers that are available at our disposal. We are a responsive government that puts the needs of the people at the apex of its agenda. Access to housing and basic services has improved through the construction of 4 million new houses since 1994, increasing connections to electricity to 95% of households and piped water 85% of households. In our education sector, we are unequivocal in our commitment to providing financial assistance to the financially needy and the missing middle students. Our government has also provided funds to ensure that no student whose combined family income is up to 600,000 rand per annum will face fee increases at universities and TVET colleges in this financial year. Madam Speaker, our President spoke at length about igniting economic growth to the extent of elucidating on the 9-point plan, which details tangible measures that our government will embark upon to ensure that we create jobs. He listed industrialization, mining and beneficiation, agriculture and agro-processing, energy, SMMEs, managing work conflict, attracting investments, growing the oceans economy and tourism as some of our focal areas as a government. At the core of the radical socio-economic transformation program is the creation of jobs and accelerating shared and inclusive economic growth. Our state will play a major role in the economy to drive this transformation agenda. Our government will utilize the strategic levers that are available. This includes legislation, regulations, licensing, budget procurement, as well as BE charters to drive that program. Honorable members, we have put systems in place to ensure that the policies and our strategies that we introduce are adhered to and implemented as a matter of extreme urgency. We have strengthened our monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to ensure that these interventions must yield positive results and are evidence-based. As the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation will continue to monitor and evaluate progress on the implementation of all policies, plans, and programs towards the NDP Vision 2030 goals of addressing poverty, unemployment, inequality, and outline remedial interventions where needed. Our responsibilities will include monitoring and impacting on the returns on investments in our government programs such as education, health, infrastructure, including the impact of the role of state-owned enterprises and development finance institutions in eradicating poverty, reducing inequality, and promoting employment opportunity. We will accelerate the rollout of our monitoring programs, such as the Presidential Hotline and Frontline Delivery monitoring visits. Practical examples of simple but yet profound interventions will be the progress we've made in areas such as the payment of suppliers within 30 days of receipt of a valid invoice, as well as social reforms in mining towns and labor sending areas. Honorable members, we shall continue to improve these mechanisms in evaluating mining land redistribution, development of SMMEs, and other forms of licensing to support transformation in order to enhance broad-based ownership, local procurement, and empowering black businesses. We are increasing our capacity to implementing all these socio-economic initiatives to effect change in the living conditions of ordinary South Africans. We are very robust in continuing with these programs as a government. We shall accelerate our efforts, particularly in the economic sector, to enhance faster and inclusive growth. We'll periodically monitor progress that are ensuring that these interventions yield demonstrable results in changing the living conditions of the majority of the people of our country. Honorable members, the Operation Pakisa, which is a big, fast, result-oriented program, will take a collective approach to this radical socio-economic development. And through this program, that is specific interventions in the oceans economy, health, education, mining, and agricultural sectors. These interventions were designed as a collaborative effort with business, labor, and community, and other civil society groups to fast-track the implementation of programs in order to improve delivery, creating jobs, and increasing investment. All these interventions are guided by the NDP Vision 2030 in pursuit of the demands of the Freedom Charter, which also states that the people shall share in the country's wealth. The people must share indeed. These interventions are articulated here as part of the radical socio-economic transformation agenda. In a nutshell, Madam Speaker, the President's State of the Nation address, with his strong focus on socio-economic transformation, trust was timely, was appropriate, and poignant. The plans that he articulated will add meaningful value and bring about positive change in the lives of ordinary South Africans. It is precisely for these reasons that the African National Congress, the governing party, lends its overwhelming support to the State of the Nation address by the President. I thank you.
The Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, Honorable President and Deputy President, honorable members, fellow South Africans and guests in the gallery, Bagaetsu, Dumelang. The weight of our history lies heavy upon all of us. We must never forget past injustices, and we must put right the wrongs of the past. 4 days ago, we commemorated Nelson Mandela's historic speech on the Grand Parade upon his release from prison 27 years ago. As we reflect on the state of our nation, we must ask ourselves, fellow South Africans, how many South Africans enjoy the freedom that Madiba spoke of that day 27 years ago? 3 days ago, we marked the 51st anniversary of the forced removal of the people from District 6. People were wrenched from their homes and families were ripped apart. I am sure, fellow South Africans, all of us will join me in saying,
Order.
never, never, and never again. Yet 2 weeks ago, a story broke in our news of people torn from their lives and their families right here in a democratic South Africa. We heard of how thousands of mentally ill patients were carted off to unlicensed NGOs without telling them or their families where they are going. We heard how 94 patients tragically died of starvation, dehydration, diarrhea, pneumonia, and seizures. The ANC government, under this president, did that. From the Marikana 34 to the Esidimeni 94, this government has turned against the people of this country. This is a murderous government. Speaker, when we proposed a minute's silence to mark the tragic death of the Esidimeni 94, the ANC said no. At a stroke, the ANC showed what it really thinks about the vulnerable members of our society. You see, the only thing that this party cares about is power. It cares about getting rich. It cares about big projects like the arms deal and the nuclear deal that are conceived. Because in the words of President Kgalema Motlanthe, they offer opportunities for certain people to take and make money. It cares about the perks of office, the cars, the travels, the blue light convoys. In fact, ke kwa e re opelang sefela sele se se reng o sa bora moreki gonne moreki o tla ba fa di tender le di kontraka. The ANC has stopped caring for ordinary South Africans. The ANC has turned from liberator of the people to the enemy of the people. On Thursday evening, we gathered to watch the President's State of the Nation address. Long before we entered this chamber, it was clear that this government wasn't on the same side as the people. Streets were closed off and barricaded for miles around this precinct. There were riot police and razor wire on every corner. There were snipers on the rooftop. There were soldiers with automatic rifles pacing up and down Parliament's Avenue. This, fellow South Africans, wasn't the state of the nation. It was a state against the nation. The ANC on the other side and the people on the other side. The liberator turned oppressor, the true enemy of the people. In his novel, 1984, George Orwell said, if you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. We saw a glimpse of this on Thursday night, and it looked very much like our painful past. The police in riot gear, the deployment of the army, the screams of female members of parliament as they were being punched and kicked. Indeed, a boot stamping on a human face. South Africa will never forget what happened on Thursday. And we will never forget the reaction of the man at the center of it all. The president who stands accused of 783 charges of corruption, fraud, money laundering, and racketeering. The president who built his house on the backs of the poor South Africans. The president who is selling our country to foreign agents.
Order, Honorable Maimane, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member, what are you rising on?
Honourable Speaker, I rise on Joint Rule Book 14F.
Yes,
The relevance
proceed.
of the State of the Nation address The member is not debating the State of the Nation address because he was never even in the State of the Nation address.
Honorable member,
He
that's
left.
not really a point of order. Let him raise whatever points he wants to raise. Honorable Maimane, proceed.
This is the president who is selling our country to foreign agents. We will never forget how he laughed. How he laughed at the violence visited upon members of this house. It was a laugh indeed of the enemy of the people. The ANC has become the party that Chris Hani warned us when he said, "What I fear is that the liberators emerge as elitists who drive around in Mercedes Benzes and use the resources of the country to live in palaces and to gather riches. While the connected few gorge themselves on caviar and champagne, the young people of this country are yet to taste the fruits of freedom. They are the born frees, but everywhere they are in chains. They have been forgotten by the ANC, the enemy of the young people. They, fellow South Africans, are our lost generation. The lost generation is the nearly 6 million mainly black South Africans who can't find work. The lost generation is the 500,000 mainly black South Africans who disappear from our education system each year. The lost generation is the 3 million South Africans under the age of 25 who are not in employment, who are not in education or training. The lost generation is what the quarterly labor force released today tells us that in fact a further 340,000 youths have joined the ranks of the unemployed in this past year. Speaker, when the president stood on this podium to talk about radical socio-economic transformation, he wasn't talking about this lost generation. Don't, fellow South Africans, be fooled by the language of President Zuma's speech. His project and that of the ANC is the accumulation of personal wealth. Noble causes like land reform and black economic empowerment have been captured for the benefit of the ANC's elite. When the president talks about accelerating land reform, what he really means...
Honorable Maimane, please take your seat.
Speaker, don't give him an opportunity to make himself a fool.
No, just take your seat. Yes, honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on Rule 14L. Honorable Speaker, last week Thursday, the President outlined a clear program for South Africa. All I'm hearing from the leader of the opposition is whining and crying and complaining. Tell us what the TA is going to do.
Honorable
Don't whine and
member,
complain.
you are now debating. Please take your seat. Proceed, Honorable Maimane.
You see, what the president is talking about when he talks about accelerating reforms, it's in fact more dodgy deals for ANC cronies. He's talking about a narrow-based land deals like the Limpopo farm that Minister Nkwinti lined up for his ANC friends. It's 130 million rands of public money that went to enriching 2 ANC cronies while 31 farm workers went unpaid and a productive farm fell into disrepair. When the president talks about BEE and the Black Industrialist Program, what he really means is a scheme to make 100 of his closest friends and family very rich. The president said nothing about the government's plan for a R1 trillion nuclear program. We all know that the ANC is forging ahead with a nuclear plan that will enrich the president and his friends on a scale of looting not seen ever before in this country. President Zuma wants us to believe that the MPRDA bill, proposed state mining company, will benefit the people. But we all know that these are just moves to line ANC cronies with lucrative mine deals, moves that will scare off investment and threaten thousands of jobs. On Thursday, we heard about the same old 9-point plan, sprinkled with a bit of stopgap populism like land expropriation, talk of a state-owned mining house, and threatening the banking sector. Mr. President, Are you seriously so afraid of the EFF that you would follow their policies? You must, in fact, know that these policies will lead us down the same failed path as Zimbabwe and Venezuela. The fact of the matter is that your plans have been tried, they have been tested, and have failed everywhere they have been tried. And when you go backwards, this is where you will end up, as South Africa cannot go backwards. Honorable members, we have to look to the future. The young people of our country want a future they have a say in. They don't want to be dependent on the state and a shrinking economy. They want to be independent, with opportunities they can use to be truly free. The South Africa we are building is a South Africa where young people will come first. And so the DA has started to map up a rescue plan for this lost generation, a future we all believe in. Fellow South Africans, we will build a lean, caring, efficient state tasked with creating opportunities for people instead of a bloated, corrupt state that is only dragging us backwards. We will harness the energy of thousands of committed teachers and principals to lead the charge in turning our schools around while shielding our children from SATU's destructive influence. We will invest in training existing teachers and recruiting more teachers with excellent skills, particularly in maths and science.
On a
We'll
point of
explore
order,
the feasibility
point of order.
of bringing back.
Where's the point of
Madam
point of
Speaker,
order? Where?
today we are supposed, in accordance with Rule 14R,
Honorable Maimane, please take your seat.
I am making an explanation to say that today's debate is based on the State of the Nation address. The DA is grandstanding to say that they've got a plan outside the State of the Nation. Let them
Honorable-
tell us about their plan in the Western
Please
Cape
allow
and in
Honorable
the
Maimane
metros.
to finish his speech. Proceed, Honorable Maimane. Yes, Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, that is now the third interruption that the Leader of the Opposition has had to sustain.
I
None
know.
of them have been points of order. It's very, very clear that they are using vexatious points of orders to disrupt the Speaker. When the opposition defy your rulings, we get thrown out.
Honourable
Can you please be consistent?
Steenhuisen, I've stopped them. I've told them to take their seats. I've told them that those were not points of orders. Honorable Maimane, please proceed. Can we have order, honorable members?
Fellow South Africans, we will give parents a greater say over their children's education by exploring the feasibility of a voucher system. And to ensure that teachers and principals are supported and held accountable for the performance of their learners, we will seek to create a national education inspectorate. We'll ensure that school leavers improve their chances of finding work through a host of diverse education, training, and internship options. Those qualifying for higher education will be able to access funding through an expanded National Student Financial Aid Scheme. Our poorest students will be comprehensively supported, and the missing middle who cannot secure funding or bank loans will receive support proportional to their family's income. We also aim to give matriculants who don't qualify for university a free year of technical and vocational training for a year. One of the biggest obstacles when it comes to employing young people is the lack of experience in the workplace. So to bridge the study-work divide and to equip graduates with the necessary skills, we will invest in a private sector apprenticeship program as well as a nationwide government internship program across all departments. But preparing the youth for the job market is only one side of the equation, the supply side. The other half is about creating demand and ensuring that we have an expanding labor market to absorb millions of young South Africans. And this means sustained, inclusive economic growth. Only the private sector, fellow South Africans, can create jobs at the scale and pace South Africa needs, which is why we will radically reform the labor regime to support job creation.
Honorable member, what point are you rising on?
I would like to know if the leader of the opposition is willing to take a question.
No, and it's nonsense.
Order, Speaker.
Speaker, we can't keep going.
Honorable members, I'd like to remind all of us that this is a very serious debate on the State of the Nation address of the President. I really would like to prevail on all of us to please allow this debate to happen with the dignity it deserves. Please proceed, Honorable Maimane. Yes, Honorable Patel.
All right. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on Joint Rule 14P about the use of the offensive language. The leader of the opposition has just said the member of parliament is speaking nonsense. Can you rule on that, please? Thank you.
Honorable members, I still prevail on you all and us all for our tempers to go down. Yes, language might be offensive, but it's not always unparliamentary just because it's not nice. Proceed, Honorable Maimane.
Fellow South Africans, we intend to turn South Africa into a nation of entrepreneurs. The small, medium, and micro-enterprise sector will have our full support because this is where 90% of job-creating potential lies. We will do everything we can to minimize the regulation they face, including exempting both small businesses and young people from voluntarily opting out of the minimum wage legislation. We will start a jobs and justice fund, like Singapore and Colombia have done with much success, to give entrepreneurs access to capital they need to start and grow businesses. We will invest in the kind of infrastructure needed for inclusive growth and not projects designed to give kickbacks. We will, fellow South Africans, stop the nuclear deal and open the electricity grid to more independent power producers. And will invest heavily in broadband and integrated transport system, as we are already doing here in the Western Cape. We will partly privatize state-owned enterprises by offering shares to employees and excluded South Africans, as well as the private sector. This will free their boards from capture by the politically connected elites and give South Africans capital to gain access to the economy. We must adopt a once empowered, always empowered policy for the mining industry, and we will reject the investment-killing MPRDA bill. For us, fellow South Africans, black economic empowerment is about mass inclusion rather than elite re-enrichment. It will reward companies that put young black South Africans through school and gives them mentorship through apprenticeships to grow expertise. We will empower South Africans by giving them ownership of the land they live on through a transfer of title deeds, and we will identify the vast tracts of government-owned land for redistribution. We will incentivize commercial farmers to establish farm equity schemes where workers share in the ownership of existing successful farms, allowing for a progressive transfer of ownership and skill. We recognize that inclusive growth requires a peaceful, healthy society, along with an honest, caring, and capable government. And to this effect, we would put an extra 50,000 police officers to the police service and will train them and resource them properly. We'll ensure that they're on the streets, active and visible to communities instead of simply sitting behind desks. We'll bring back the specialized police units to face the most serious crimes head on. Some of these, particularly drugs and gangsterism, are really our lost generation's cry for help. We will build a caring state that will protect all of our people, particularly the most vulnerable in our communities, people such as the Esidimeni 94. Unlike the government's national health insurance, our health plan won't bankrupt the country and can be rolled out in half the time. Ours will be an honest, capable state, not one that militarizes our parliament, not one that deploys the army to protect one president. We will stop corruption. We will trim the flat of our bloated, inefficient state by halving the number of
Honorable
ministries,
Speaker.
capping spending on consultants, making tender processes transparent, and cutting.
Order, Honorable Maimane, please take your seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is the leader of the opposition ready to take a question about why he visited Israel and the mayor of the city of Tshwane visited
Are you
Taiwan
able to
outside
take a question?
government international relations policy?
Honorable member, if you want him to take a question, let's allow us to ask him. Honorable Maimane, are you prepared to take a question?
No.
Okay. Please proceed.
Through clean, honest government, we will make our cities attractive to investment, turning them into places of jobs and growth. The DA has inherited metros saddled with widespread corruption and bloated administration. We will turn cities like Nelson Mandela Bay, Tshwane, and Johannesburg around to make them work for all South Africans. Speaker, ours is a dream of a South Africa in which black, white, colored, and Indian all contribute to our nation's prosperity. And if 2016 has taught us anything, is that there's a movement of South Africans who share this dream, who will sweep this government out and bring change. The weight of history lies upon all of us. We can choose to remain trapped in it, or we can choose to transcend it. In the words of Reverend Jesse Jackson, at the end of the day, we must go forward with hope and not backward with fear and division. We will, fellow South Africans, move this country forwards instead of backwards. We will work with the people of this country and not against them. We will bring hope to this lost generation. Amrena buluke setjhaba sa heso. Nkosi sikelele Africa. I thank you. Ke a leboga. Enkosi.
The Honorable Coleman.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, Your Excellencies, the President and the Deputy President, Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, our dear guests. I salute my late Commander-in-Chief, warrior amongst warriors, Siaparangkwe. Mokhali wa bakhali, ke bua ka Ntate OR, which is Oliver Reginald Tambo. Your spirit resonates with the hearts and souls of the many South Africans who remain yearnful for socio-economic transformation, as they did at the dawn of our young democracy. Your spirit lives on in those who will never cease to live by your teachings. The firm stance by the African National Congress on radical socio-economic transformation is not a mere idea, but a policy imperative that accords with the needs of the moment and whose place will be recorded in policy history. Let me, in the same vein, define what the ANC means by radical socio-economic transformation. I know Minister Khadebe did, but I just want to give a little bit. In the economy, we refer to ownership, we refer to control and management of large and small companies. Black South Africans must be brought to the center of wealth creation and wealth distribution. Our people's capacity to use innovation in business, to run competitive enterprises, to satisfy consumer needs must be encouraged. And all this must ultimately change the macro picture in the economy, with black managers, professionals, technicians, skilled workers, and owners of enterprises, all working together to build the 21st century economy. Not 5% shareholding in someone else's company, waiting for dividend payments, but owners and drivers of own destiny, creating wealth and decent jobs. This change must be done with the urgency that comes in a country with almost a quarter century of democracy that still has enormous economic backlogs. What makes it radical is both the content and the pace of change. What makes it transformational is that we seek not simply to replace white with black, but to create opportunities for youth, for cooperatives and rural enterprises, to empower workers and the poor, to beneficiate the minerals wealth so that we, on our continent, can add value to our natural resources. Honorable Speaker, major hindrance to socio-economic justice in this country are the high levels of concentration and anti-competitive behavior. Despite excellent work of our competition authorities, this situation makes the South African economy a haven for persistent collusion by cartels. Hence, the criminalization of collusion, price fixing, bid rigging, and all forms of cartel behavior which are harmful to the economy of this country. The competition authorities and the criminal justice fraternity at large will work hand to effect the criminal provisions of the Act. That should send a warning to those involved or are planning to desist from this harmful behavior. In pursuing the economic growth, development, and prosperity of this country, we cannot leave anyone behind, and therefore radical transformation is a must and not just an aspiration. The ANC welcomes the call to strengthen the Competition Act in order to deal with high levels of concentration, open up the economy to new competitive enterprises with innovative ideas that will unleash the potential of our economy. Black South Africans must be brought to the center of wealth creation and wealth distribution. Our people's capacity to use innovation in business, to run competitive enterprises, to satisfy consumer needs must be encouraged. In this context, we warmly welcome the announcement by government and the construction industry yesterday of a major transformation agreement for the sector. 7 listed companies will undertake big changes to their shareholding and partnership models. Murray & Roberts is selling 100% of its construction and civil engineering business to a Black South African consortium. Aveng is selling 51% equity in the Greenacre LTA operation to Black South Africans. WBHO will partner with 3 Black construction companies to generate turnover within 7 years equaling to 25% of its turnover. Similarly, significant changes are being made in companies such as Stephanie Stocks, Rubex, Group 5, and Basil Reed. I point this out, honorable members, as practical examples of radical economic transformation with both an economic and a social component. In the socio-economic space, it means also tackling the legacy of poverty and underdevelopment of our communities. Investing in infrastructure is crucial to achieving the sustainable development and the empowerment of our communities. This is in line with our 2030 National Development Plan, which recognizes crucial role that infrastructure development plans in growing the economy, creating empowerment and bridging the inequality gap in the country. In the new growth path, infrastructure development is the top jobs driver because sustainable infrastructure is necessary for the creation of employment and improving efficiency across the economy. In 2012, government adopted the National Infrastructure Plan, which is aimed at transforming the South African economic landscape while simultaneously creating significant numbers of new jobs and to strengthen the delivery of basic services. The plan provides a basis for the establishment of the Presidential Infrastructure Coordination Commission, a body which is responsible for the integration and coordination of the long-term infrastructure projects. The plan also identified 18 strategic integrated projects that have been developed and approved to support economic development and address service delivery in the poorest provinces. Mpumalanga, for instance, where I come from the province which for many years has been the nerve center of the South African energy industry. Under apartheid, we generated energy for others, never for our own communities. We lived by the candle while we worked in large power stations. But now, under the ANC government, many more people are connected to the electricity grid in 20 years of democracy than in more than 100 years of apartheid and colonialism. Our government has managed to connect about 203,000 households within a period of 3 years. That is from 2014 to date. And more power has been generated, about 6,000 megawatts than the entire electricity generating capacity of many countries, including even Nigeria. In my home province again, the giant Kusile power station is being built. In Limpopo, the large Medupi power station is being built, and some of its units have already been switched on and is now providing electricity even here in this legislature and in the homes of ordinary South Africans. I visited Medupi with my committee and saw a construction site with 15,000 workers, half of them young South Africans. Many of the youth working there have been exposed to working life for the first time through a job in Medupi. So it supplies electricity and it creates jobs. And in the northern, eastern, and western Cape, we are generating electricity from wind and sunlight, with a lot of job opportunities for small and jobs and opportunities for small and medium enterprises. The electricity that is now being generated powers the home of Simon Mbacha in Bizana, in rural Eastern Cape province, and the industrial park businesses in the urban Emdeni Soweto. Their lives are being changed, allowing for better quality of life and new economic opportunities. That's what we mean by radical socio-economic transformation. As part of government strategy to realize the goals of NDP, the 9-point plan set out immediate actions and priorities for growing and transforming the economy, creating jobs and attracting investment. In this regard, one of the areas of focus is the transport infrastructure. I'm not going to say much because of time on that. The President in his State of the Nation address mentioned that SANRAL has started with the planning phase of upgrading the Moloto development road projects. The 4.5 billion project will include, among others, vegetation removal, route patrol, pavement layer repairs, repaint of potholes, edge breaks and surface failures, sealing of cracks, road signages, and so forth and so forth. However, Madam Speaker, a challenging economic and operating environment has not been conducive for capital expenditure, particularly by the private sector in recent years. Consequently, investment spending has been lackluster over the past couple of years. This does not bode well for infrastructure development and investment. The public sector has made an increasingly larger contribution to overall fixed investment activity over the past decade through its massive infrastructure investment expenditure. While private sector maintained a cautious approach to investment spending in a difficult and uncertain economic environment. I'll jump some. In closing, to my comrades, as well as all progressive South Africans who are ready and willing to partner with us in this next 10 of our efforts in changing the lives of our people, it may be fitting to us to remember the words of Tatu Tambo, addressing the 7th Congress of the SACP, the party in April 1989. He may as well have given us the marching order henceforth when he told us, I open quote, "There can be no doubt, however, that correctly channeled and directed by us, these pressures, precisely because of their immensity, can bring our victory nearer. We therefore need to rally together and turn these developments against the enemy and towards the attainment of our revolutionary goals. We need to rally together in defense of our struggle and our ideals. As always, the best form of defense is the offensive. It is always in the attack that victory is to be found." I close quote. Our enemy may be different today in that it is in the form of poverty, unemployment, and highly concentrated levels of ownership, thus hindering the imperative implementation of just economic distribution of wealth. We have to attack and must indeed defeat them. And at this moment, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is all or nothing. ANC supports the State of the Nation as presented by His Excellency, Mr. J.G. Zuma, and I thank you.
The Honorable Buthelezi.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Your Excellency, our President, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, the envoys of the international community, Honorable Deputy Ministers and Honorable Members. We're commemorating the centenary of one of our great leaders, the late Mr. Oliver Reginald Tambo. When the apartheid regime imposed the homeland system on South Africa, the Honorable Oliver Tambo and Inkosi Albert Luchuli urged me to take up leadership of the KwaZulu government. In this way, they said we could undermine apartheid from within. I did what they asked for. They were my leaders. But it placed me on a journey of intense opposition, vilification, and danger. A journey that endured for many years. Why did I keep going, you may ask? Because I love my country. I respect my leaders, and I follow my conscience. These are the same reasons I keep serving even in a vastly changed political environment, even when chaos regularly erupts in this House, even when we are forced to apologize to our guests, to the nation, and to the international observers, even when security is breached and the Constitution is considered pliable, even when the Honorable Mbuyiseni Ndlozi wants me to move, because to quote him, that things are about to get rough. Well, I'm descended from warriors and kings. My grandfather, Mkhandu Mbabuthelezi, fought at Isandlwana on the 22nd of January, 1879. I've survived countless assassination attempts. I've watched the security police in the previous era and have gone head to head with powerful leaders In short, I'm not afraid. But I'm tempted to be despondent. After the sitting last Thursday, a message was posted on Facebook that read, quote, "My heart broke when Principal Telezi said, quote, I'm told it's going to get rough. I don't know where to go." Does he realize that that sentence is the voice of the people? This is what our people are saying, Your Excellency. They know that it's about to get rough, and they don't know where to go. They don't know where to turn for safety, or how they and their families can avoid the storm. Empty words don't provide refuge. There's no longer meaning in the well-worn phrases about a better life for all. Government is working hard, we're showing signs of stability, and working together we can do more. Our people are desperate for something real hope and real solutions. I must thank you, Mr. President, for finally explaining what is meant by radical economic transformation. Unfortunately, while the intention has merit, I think the approach is flawed. Listen again to the words of Mr. Tambo, quote, "We have it within our power to transform this country into the land of plenty for all." I emphasize for all. That vision carried through in GEAR, in the Growth, Employment and Redistribution Plan. It carried through in ASGISA, the Accelerated Shared Growth Initiative for South Africa. But it doesn't carry through in the new plan of radical economic transformation. GEAR didn't fail because there was anything wrong with it, but Your Excellency, the tripartite partners of the ANC said, "We do not want GEAR. We do not want GEAR." And that was the end of it. It was abandoned by the ruling party. As GESA wasn't flawed, it simply lacked the sustained and strategic leadership needed to implement it. The same might well be said about the NDP, which will be your legacy, Mr. President, in the years to come. Maybe they'll say it didn't fail too and wasn't flawed. It just wasn't carried through. After all, some of your tripartite partners have already expressed reservation about the NDP, which all of us accept. The difference between these economic approaches and the program of radical economic transformation is the complete reliance on merely rearranging the little that exists, moving it from one group to another. Evidently, white monopoly capital is now the only scapegoat for failed leadership on economic policy. I believe in the redistribution of wealth, Your Excellency, and the creation of social and economic justice as you do. But I also know that if we shift our focus from growth and make it all about redistribution, millions of South Africans are going to go hungry. There's just not enough to go around. I warned government about this from the very beginning. When we entered democracy in 1994, I urged us to focus on growth. We needed to grow our industrial bases. We needed to grow our economy. We needed to grow our workforce through skills and development. We needed to grow our citizens through education. No matter how you slice it, the pie is just not big enough for everyone to eat. South Africa must grow and develop and progress. Reshuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic will not save the lives of those who are destined to drown if this ship of ours sinks, Your Excellency. This is why I've always pushed for accessible quality education. The Fees Must Fall campaign isn't new. In 1971, I met with the then Prime Minister, Mr. John Foster, to urge him to introduce free compulsory education in what was then called KwaZulu. Mr. Foster refused. He followed the apartheid line that blacks were destined to be drawers of waters and hewers of wood. And as such, they had no use for education. It was a way to keep us under control. Because education brings freedom, education breaks chains. Education remains the only way to build the future of opportunity development, stability, and hope. It is how we will transform this country into a land of plenty for all, rather than a land where a shrinking resource base is simply redistributed, laying the foundation for a new cycle of poverty, of hunger, and despair. The greatest obstacle to redistribution is corruption. It's not just the media that exposes corruption, maladministration, and poor financial management. The Auditor General consistently reports this reality in our government. We know that inequality is escalating because a large part of resources that exist is redirected away from laudable goals, which you spelled out, Mr. President, into private pockets. The road to hell, as they say, is paved with good intentions. The intention to eradicate mud schools, for instance, is commendable. But we have heard about this for years. With the launch of the Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Delivery Initiative in 2011, 496 inappropriate structures were identified to be rebuilt by 2014. 6 years later, only 173 have been eradicated. That's not good enough. Basic education receives the lion's share of our national budget. Where is that money going? Let me ask what only the NGO Section 27 is thought to ask. After the Limpopo textbook saga, we have heard nothing about textbooks being replaced. That is meant to happen every 5 years. 5 years have passed. I ask now, what? Education is the way to economic liberation. Government has a duty to translate the right to education from legislation to reality. I must therefore, Your Excellency, applaud what you announced, the reprioritizing of 32 billion to support higher education. Because at last, we're heeding the cry of our students. But another cry will soon resound from our people, and about this, we heard very little. South Africa is facing a water crisis, which impacts on our economy and our ability to produce food. We desperately need the President's direction on what is being done about water to meet this crisis. Without water, even land loses value. The idea that land is the most tangible form of economic empowerment resonates with me. But again, Mr. President, education is key. Much of the land allocated to claimants now lies fallow and unproductive. I agree with you, Mr. President, that when you encourage our people to rather accept land than compensation. This does nothing, however, to empower the landowner or advance the economy. It becomes an exercise in futility when the land is not used properly. Our people must be equipped with skills as well as resources. We must reignite hope in our nation so that people will find strength to pursue self-reliance. Failed leadership is robbing our people of hope, and the payment of millions of social grants alone doesn't make that all right. And you, Your Excellency, have repeatedly said that it cannot be sustained because we always say that we're a developmental state, but that makes us as going in the direction of a welfare state. We are fast reaching a point, Mr. President, when nothing we do in the future will be able to undo the damage. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. The Honorable Mkongi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Mr. President, I am not surprised that in this year of the 100 years of the legacy of O.R. Tambo, apartheid antics will be repeated in this house today. Mr. President, you can remember in 1985 when O.R. Tambo said to the youth of this country, in the height of the liberation struggle, that young people must render the country ungovernable and make the apartheid structures unworkable it was the Botha Malan regime who characterized us as a lost generation. They called us a lost generation because we were at the edge of victory for our people and freedom. So they didn't want that. They characterized us as a lost generation. I am not surprised today when you, Mr. President, we have declared this year an OR Tambo and a year of radical socio-economic transformation, that our youth will be characterized again as a lost generation. We lost, we fought against this onslaught against our people. We fought against the Botha Malan regime to insult us, as I was here in 1980s, in the trenches of the revolution. I fought for this freedom. That is the question. So the youth of this country should refuse to allow a white man in the black skin to stand here today and demonize them. They must refuse. When we were mobilizing young people, in this country to vote for the ANC in 1994, we were called a boom shaka generation.
Honorable Mkongi, take your seat. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, we've had several rulings in this House about racial stereotyping, and I would ask you to...
Order, honorable members, can I hear what Honorable
I would ask
Steenhuisen?
and submit to you that the words used by Mr. Mkongi, that Mr. Maimani is a white man in a black man's skin, is racial stereotyping that has no place in this House.
Order, order, honorable members, order. Order. Honorable Mkongi, you are aware that indeed racial stereotyping is not allowed in the House. Can you just withdraw, Honorable Mkongi? Honorable Mkongi.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to make your work easy. To withdraw,
yes.
Yeah, to say, undlebe zikhanyile nobuso bumnyama. Honorable members, according to Amparo.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, when members of the opposition are asked to withdraw, we're asked to do so unconditionally, not to repeat the slur in a different language. I'd ask that the Honourable Nkongi withdraws unconditionally.
Did you hear him withdraw conditionally?
What is conditional?
I'll have to examine the Hansard. He withdrew. The table confirms that he withdrew. Please proceed, Honorable Mkongi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is not surprising, Mr. President, that in the year of our Tambo, the Democratic Alliance is going to stand here and grandstand and unveil a plan that have been a delivery process of the African National Congress. They are giving the people all the plans and the delivery of the African National Congress outcomes for the past 20 years. Parrots are like that. People who can't think independently except someone thinks for them, like the African National Congress thinks for them in South Africa. Siyakhokela. So according to Amparo Castelo Clemento, a senior researcher at the Institute for International Economics, and Professor Raffaele Domenico, Chief Economist for Development Economics from the University of Valencia, had this to say. Human capital theory suggests that productivity is based largely on workers' knowledge and skills, which are the results of an investment process in human capital. As more productive workers will be rewarded with higher wages, education is thus a key determinant of social mobility and a major factor in determining the distribution of income and wealth. Therefore, all other things being equal, we should expect the reduction in education inequality will translate into a similar reduction in both wealth and income inequality. Therefore, as Amparo Castello and Rafael Domenico have articulated above, it is imperative for any society and government that made the strategic fight against poverty, inequality, and unemployment its apex priority to also make unreserved investment to education. So to accomplish this noble cause, our point of departure is our authentic document, the Freedom Charter, when it says, education shall be free, compulsory, universal, and equal for all children. Higher education and technical training shall be open to all by means of state allowance and scholarships allocated on the basis of merit, close quotes. In order to make this dream possible, the people of South Africa adopted their constitution in 1996, which enjoins us to, quote, guarantee the right of all South Africans to a basic education. This was followed by the enactment of the South African Schools Act of 1996, which is the legal foundation for the schooling system in South Africa. It is the first document that promoted compulsory schooling in South Africa for all children between the ages of 7 and 15. Our government treats compulsory education as a cornerstone of a modern and democratic society, which is aimed at providing all citizens with a first start in life and equal opportunities for all. In doing so, the South African government prioritized education and made a budget available to fund, amongst others, and expand early childhood education through the expansion of grade R into all public primary schools, followed by the introduction of a fee-free schooling system in South Africa for the poor and the working class. This is to achieve a schooling system that is free and of good quality for all poor and working class children in South Africa. Honorable Speaker, it is my considered view that the task of access and free education in South Africa should have a base and it should be cumulative going forward. Free education for higher education should be built on the giant shoulders of a free basic education in South Africa. Therefore, the strength of free quality education for children opens new fields and possibilities for a free and quality higher education system in South Africa. It is in this regard that I would like to share with the House the progress made by the ANC government to provide free quality basic education for South African learners. A recent progress report by the Department of Basic Education and Statistics South Africa shows that, I quote, the participation of 0 to 4-year-old children in early childhood development facilities in South Africa has increased from 7.5% in 2002 to 48% in 2014. There has been an increase in grade R participation of 5-year-olds from about 40% in 2002 to 87% in 2014. And participation by 5-year-old learners with disabilities in our educational institution has increased from 80% in 2009 to 83% in 2014. And participation of 7 to 15-year-old learners with disabilities has increased from 77.8% in 2009 to 93.4% in 2014. This is progress in making. So the report goes further to show that participation in primary education by 7 to 13-year-olds is nearing universal, while participation in compulsory education by 7 to 15-year-olds has reached 99% thus far. So about 9 million of these learners from about 20,956 public schools benefited from no-fee policy of the ANC government based on the implementation of the pro-poor policy. So the increase in participation of learners from disadvantaged backgrounds and corresponding increase in metric pass rates in recent years contribute to the increasing pressure in the numbers of students enrolling for a space in our universities and TVET colleges. So this new phenomenon put more pressure on the National Student Financial Aid Scheme and other funding instruments for higher education in South Africa. It is in this regard that we witnessed in recent years a battle cry by students and parents for fees to fall, and the corresponding demands for fee higher education has reverberated the campuses and streets of our country. Students across different social and economic backgrounds had voiced their disapproval for the alarming rate of increasing fees in universities. To this end, President Zuma, His Excellency, has to declare 0% fee increment for 2015 and the establishment of the ministerial task team to look at the funding of higher education. It was at this critical point in the history of higher education in South Africa that Comrade Blade Nzimande, the Minister of Higher Education, had this to say: to ensure the progressive realization of the right to further education, government has to develop a roadmap for the transformation of universities and TVET colleges to create opportunities for access, success, financing, and support for students and institutions. As a result, we have tremendous amount of progress. We have expanded access, particularly to the poor, through the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, having funded over 1.7 million students since 1994. So the scheme currently supports approximately 480,000 poor undergraduate students to access higher education and TVET colleges. I goes closed. However, this 2015 call for free higher education has intensified. The bone of contention is whether government can provide free education for all or free education for the poor. At the moment, government is investing the possibility of free education for the poor and the working class, including the missing middle. Our government is aware that one of the fundamental barriers to access in higher education in South Africa is exorbitant registration and tuition fees. It is therefore the duty of the state to make sure that education is not a privilege, but a right. Notwithstanding the good work done by the Commission of Inquiry into the feasibility of free higher education in South Africa, chaired by Justice Jonathan Heiha, and the sterling work by the ministerial task team for finding substantial resources to assist needy students in the missing middle, it must also be acknowledged that the government is already providing free education to TVET colleges through 80% subsidies to the colleges, including the provision of the National Financial Aid Scheme. Government also provides bursary funding in higher education, especially in TVET colleges sector, which is currently 2.4 billion in 2016 from a mere 318 million just in 2010. Since 2010, over 1 million students have benefited from NAFSA's administered bursary scheme, which means they received free education for those years. This year, government has repaid all the debt of all students who received NAFSA's. Thus, we believe that these government interventions attest to how our movement, the ANC, has and continue to prioritize investment to education in South Africa. The fact that today we have more African students in historically white institutions of higher learning, including the apartheid-created bastions of English and Afrikaans campuses like the University of Cape Town, University of Witwatersrand, University of Free State, and Stellenbosch University is not a coincidence of history, but a product of the ANC protracted struggles to create equality in the higher education sector. It is therefore a historic necessity and a duty on the part of the ANC as a leader of society to translate with great sense of urgency our policy pronouncements into the agenda action to radically transform South Africa into a society that benefits all. We do not make this call in a neoliberal context like a democratic alliance, which do not acknowledge the historical and class inequalities in South Africa, but to assert the centrality of the historically marginalized, oppressed, the poor, and exploited masses of our people in this country. One critical task is required, though. That historical task is for this parliament and you, good self, Mr. President, to legislate and gazette the provision of free higher education for the poor and the working class. These will include, but not limited to, drafting of minimum norms and standards for the provision of free higher education. On behalf of the people of South Africa, I therefore humbly call on our government
Honorable
to
Mkongi,
make this
your time
matter
has
a
expired.
priority and legislate free education in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mncwabe.
Madam Speaker, His Excellency the President of the country, the Deputy President, honorable members, distinguished guests in the gallery. The President's address attempted to cover many important issues, and we welcome the feedback and progress report he included in his address. Despite the positive picture painted by the President during his address, elaborating on how the government has responded to the #FeesMustFall campaign, we already see violence flaring up on the DUT and Walter Sisulu University campuses. Once again, our higher education is at risk of upheaval and disruption, while the government seems to be no closer to solving the dilemma than last year. Government must understand very clearly that our students have committed themselves to the cause of free higher education for all those who are deserving, and that they have our support on that as the NFP. We call on the President today to impress upon the Fees Commission, which has been tasked to research ways to facilitate free education, the urgent need to speed up its inquiry. More important, we call on the President today to give us the assurance that the student grievances will be heard and acted upon, and that we will not have a repeat of the shameful, heavy-handed response of government in the past. The NFP, like the rest of South Africa, had a high expectation regarding the radical economic transformation program to be revealed in the President's address. We welcome the measures outlined, but also have our own reservations about the effectiveness thereof. Inasmuch as we welcome the directive that the small businesses will be considered in various ways to benefit in the economy of the country. But we are concerned that these measures will benefit the individuals, Mr. President. Unlike the big number of families which are supported by the cooperatives, the NFP is concerned that nothing much was said about the cooperatives as the community economic development strategy. It will be short-sighted to talk about radical economic transformation, but exclude the cooperatives, particularly when we talk of women empowerment and when we consider the excessive levels of poverty prevalent in our rural areas. Kuyiqiniso lingephikiswe mhlonishwa mongameli baba Nxamalala ukuthi imifelandawonye mangabe ingaxhaswa ngendlela enakekekile nefanele, uhulumeni nayo ihlomule kuyinkontilekazi kahulumeni ekhishwayo nakumabhizinisi ayimele. Singabona ukuthuthuka okukhulu emphakathini yethu nakubantu kakhulukazi endaweni ezisemaphandleni. We also welcome the implementation on foreign land ownership. The NFP would like to see this limitation on foreign ownership be extended to micro businesses in South Africa. In accordance with the mandate of our supporters, the NFP is preparing to submit a private member's bill to give effect to this proposal. We are saying, Mr. President, those businesses in township, your spaza shop, tax shop, saloons be reserved for South Africans only. And ngeke ngokusho lokho. Finally, we fully supported the initiative to fight drugs abuse among our youth. The NFP agrees that treatment for drug addicts is necessary and public treatment facilities should be rolled out. However, as long as the scourge of drug dealing is not addressed, we will forever be treating symptoms of drug addiction and not address the source of supply. The sooner specialist crime fighting unit which the President announced are brought into operation, the better, because we stand the risk of losing the entire generation to the dark hell of drug addiction if nothing drastic is done, and that must not be allowed on our watch. I thank you.
The Honorable Holomisa.
Honorable Speaker, the Presidency, and honorable members. As we enter the 23rd year of our democracy, we see a rise in the levels of anxiety and anger among South Africans, with anarchy knocking at our door. Notwithstanding these trends, the United Democratic Movement acknowledges the great strides South Africa has made since 1994. The most disturbing reality is that we see an increase in the politics of patronage, uncontrollable corruption, the collapse of government institutions, a high unemployment rate, lack of development, failing health and education systems, widening inequality, chronic poverty, and ineffective provincial governments. With regard to provincial governments, the question is, do we really need these glorified homelands? We should rather strengthen
What's the problem? Eric, what's the problem? Huh? Listen. Eric. Honorable Olomisa, I'm busy fighting for your time here, but I think they are checking.
Yeah, spec.
Okay.
With regard to provincial governments, the question is, do we really need these glorified homelands? We should rather strengthen the local sphere of government and let national government take control and introduce the lacking of uniformity. We are celebrating the life of O.R. Tambo, an undoubted champion of the struggle for a just and free society. It would be interesting to know his thoughts on the so-called leaders who have dumped the deprived masses and took care of themselves at the expense of the poor. We believe that no individual party's policy conference could proffer all the sustainable solutions to the challenges we face as a nation. This is even more apparent when the governing alliance lacks policy coherence, thus threatening investor confidence. It is in this regard that the UTM resolved that in preparation for 2019 and beyond, we will, during this year, convene a consultative conference which will be open to all citizens to, among others, one, take stock of the 22 years of our democracy, identify areas of intervention to bring about meaningful economic transformation, review the legislative framework that impedes fundamental socio-economic transformation, including the Constitution, develop mechanisms to stop corruption and maladministration, take stock of the quality, qualification, and placement of our civil servants, including those who provide security services to the nation, improve our constitutional democracy with the introduction of a peoples-driven electoral system, introduce legislation for transparent political party funding, and find a lasting solution to reduce tension between the social partners at NEDLEC, in particular labor, government, and business. At the envisaged National Consultative Conference, we shall also evaluate the agreements between the ruling party and the apartheid government before and during the CODESA negotiations. Meaningful transformation, including the transfer of land and control of the economy, will never be realized so long as those agreements are used as scarecrows and lock the majority of our citizens outside the economic mainstream. South Africans, it is our collective task to ensure that the ideals of a truly democratic and prosperous society as envisaged by O.R. Tambo and others are realized. In this regard, I encourage you to take advantage of the proposed conference to ensure that we reclaim the original objective of the struggle we have so dearly fought for. Wake wathi utata uXobololo we-ANC phaya eTranskei. Kunzima amapolisa namajoni esetyenziswa usuppressa ii-views zabanye abantu. Wathi utata uXobololo, wolomisa, thathani le hoko niyiphindisele ePitoli. Sisehokweni kule nto sikuyo, kuzawufuneka ke ngoku nivote kakuhle xa kufika kule minyaka ezayo, because asinawuphathwa ngabantu abatya imali karhulumente beyitya ngenkani amasela, asinawukwazi.
The Honorable Mtimunye.
Your Excellencies, President, Deputy President, and honorable members, fraternal greetings to your good selves. To the flowers of our revolution on my right, and all the women of our country and the world, happy Valentine's Day. Honorable Speaker, one of the key central legacies of colonial and apartheid in our country has been the deliberate underdevelopment and exploitation of our people in rural South Africa. Despite substantive progress in improving the quality of life in the villages and rural areas by the democratic government of the ANC, rural areas continue to be characterized by structural faults of persistent poverty, joblessness, limited economic opportunities. In many instances, the burden of rural poverty falls hardest on women, who are the majority in former homeland villages and rural communities. Since 1994, the primary challenge of rural development has been the need to combat the legacy of the marginalization of the people. In redressing these social and economic conditions, government has improved access to resources in rural areas, and these include land, water, training and skills development, rural infrastructure, and public services. The ANC-led government is firm on its liberation principles and has put corrective laws, policies, and plans which seek to deal with the social and economic conditions of the poor in rural areas. In this regard, government has placed a high premium on redistribution of land in both urban and rural areas for the benefit of those who were denied access under colonialism and apartheid. As such, we declared that, in particular, rural development is a central pillar of our struggle against unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Our approach to rural development is informed by the need for land transformation with production for food security, redirecting the agrarian system to be inclusive, competitive, and developmental. Moreover, the ANC-led government has worked tirelessly to enhance support for smallholders and rural enterprises and to build on potential for rural sustainable livelihood, particularly for the African woman. The National Development Plan affirms that rural economies will be activated through the stimulation of small-scale agriculture, tourism, including the creative culture industry, mining investment, and related spin-offs. Public sector procurement will also be leveraged to stimulate local activity, much of which depend on strengthening local institutions, the flow of infrastructure funding, equitable social services provision, and addressing land tenure reform and regulation in respect of water and mining. Our government has established the Presidential Infrastructure Coordination Commission, whose object is to coordinate integrated and accelerated implementation to develop a single common national infrastructure plan that will be monitored and centrally driven. Infrastructure is a key priority of both the NDP and the New Growth Path. In the rural context, it is this strategy that must drive integrated municipal infrastructure investment and accelerate skills development. Quality, affordable infrastructure raises economic productivity, permits economic expansion, and allows marginalized households and communities to take up new opportunities. The strategic infrastructure plan with regard to agro-logistics and rural infrastructure supports the need to improve investment in agriculture and rural infrastructure, the expansion of production and employment, and support of small-scale farming. The infrastructure plan also highlights the need for inclusive provision of multiple services such as facilities for storage, silos, fresh produce facilities, and packaging houses. Transport links to main networks via rural routes and branch train lines, fencing in farms, irrigation schemes to poor areas, improved research and development on rural issues include expansion of agricultural colleges, process facilities, and apishos, aquarial incubation schemes, and rural tourism infrastructure. These precisely are infrastructure investment that are needed for rural areas to unlock economic potential growth. Statistics South Africa's household survey of 2015 indicates that majority of our rural provinces lag behind regarding road networks. In the Eastern Cape, 24% of roads are gravel. In KZN, 20.3% of gravel roads. Western Cape has 13.2%, and the Free State has 13%, and the Northern Cape follows with 12.5%. Regarding electricity, the challenge is the aging lifespan of some power stations, and massive consumption of electricity goes to industries. Water remains scarce in South Africa, and there is growing usage of cellular phones as means of communication across the country. However, there is a challenge about access to internet, especially in rural provinces. Some of the recorded achievements of the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform regarding infrastructure development in rural areas relates to development of agri-parks in 44 district municipalities whose primary function is to build a rural economy by establishing district markets in which both municipal and provincial government with agribusiness, emerging farmers and cooperatives are brought together to buy and sell in a defined market, thus building rural economies and ensuring emerging farmers have a secure market, which in turn will create employment and revitalize local agriculture and agro-processing value chain. In the 2016-2017 financial year, 20 billion has been budgeted for infrastructure and bringing the various aspects of agri-parks development process into production. The government will provide financial and material support for agro-parks for 10 years, after which farmers in various districts must assume complete control. The government has provided comprehensive development support to smallholding farmers and land reform beneficiaries for agrarian transformation. 414 farms have been supported and 754 farmers trained under recapitalization and development program. In facilitating the development of rural enterprise and industries, 216 rural enterprises supported in rural development opportunities and 9,516 people benefited from skills development provided out of this program. 6,005 jobs created in rural development initiatives. Over 48 projects to improve production in support of improved food security have been completed. The number of infrastructure projects to deal with the drought amount to 115. The River Valley Catechetical Program recorded 20 projects. The number of rural enterprises supported in 27 district municipalities is 216. There are 16 non-agricultural industries supported in line with IPAP. Regarding skills, there are 198 agricultural graduates deployed in rural areas. Statistics demonstrate that a lot has been done to invest in sustainable initiatives and programs in the rural economy, particularly in infrastructure, whilst more still needs to be done to unlock an economic potential in rural areas. With regard to roads infrastructure, whilst progress is encouraging, maintenance remains a major challenge. The development of cooperatives and SMEs in the production chain is critical, and locking the retail sector into buying locally manufactured goods and services in rural areas must be taken to the higher levels. Local procurement as envisaged by the agri-parks is key to this. Key industries in rural areas must assist in skills development, focusing on the development of labor that can meet development needs in these sectors, as well as the introduction of new forms of production. In this regard, both the private sector and municipalities must partner in establishing training centers geared towards skills development. In resolving rural economic constraints, government has, in its 9-point plan, included the revitalization of agriculture and agro-processing value chain, as well as committed to unlocking the potential of SMMEs, cooperative, and the township and rural enterprises. In promoting a greater level of inclusion, the ANC-led government is supporting SMEs and promoting youth entrepreneurship and jobs for young people. Loan funding of 4.5 billion for empowering youth enterprises has been undertaken. These include financing from the National Youth Development Agency, which also partnered with the Industrial Development Corporation and Small Enterprise Finance Agency, in three-way partnership that has resulted in funding for young people in rural areas, linking them to rural economies. In his State of the Nation address, in 2011, President Zuma highlighted on the significance of the small business sector as a critical component of job creation, and asserted that government will continue to provide financial and non-financial support to small, medium, and micro enterprise. We need therefore to cut administrative costs, avoid duplication, and direct more resources to small business. In 2015, the President further noted agriculture as a catalyst for growth, and he made a commitment that government is working with the private sector to develop an agricultural policy action plan which bring 1 million hectares of underutilized land into full production over the next 3 years. We have witnessed the commitment in Limpopo, where the provincial government, supported by Noedi cluster, comprising of 300 farmers growing vegetables in the Musina-Vembe district. One of the challenges regarding the SME, cooperative, and township and rural enterprises, government has committed to increase procurement from SME and cooperatives. In improving the capacity and potential of SME, government has entered into agreements with manufacturing, engineering, and related services to assist informal and micro business in the field of manufacturing and agriculture. 61 youth-owned enterprises have been funded to the tune of 17.9 million through cooperative incentive schemes. To achieve this these achievements and pronouncements is an accurate reflection that the ANC-led government is hard at work to implement its promises to the people of South Africa and has clear policy programs aimed at transforming lives of ordinary people of our country. Now, Madam Speaker, in his book, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, one Brazilian revolutionary, Paulo Freire, writes, and I quote, "This has become inescapably and urgently the concern of men because history shows us that both humanization and dehumanization can be real alternatives, but of these two, only humanization can be man's true vocation. By men, I mean mankind, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, the struggle for this liberation must not be carried by the oppressor, but the oppressed, to restore the humanity of both the oppressor and the oppressed. The oppressor class is too dehumanized to lead a liberation struggle," close quote. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable James.
NCOP Chair, last Thursday, Speaker Baleka Mbete refused to hold a moment of silence for the 94 South Africans who died in her government's care. She acted like a small-minded and partisan person in a callous tone that was more befitting of a jailer rather than a speaker. I saw dismayed Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa trying to catch her eye. I watched him carefully, beseeching her to rethink. But she lacked the empathy and she lacked the insight to realize that this was a moment to seize the moral high ground. Her undemocratic and unsympathetic ways were on show for the country to see. And they highlighted that she simply doesn't get democracy. Honorable members, Ombudsman Makgoba fingered Gauteng MEC Mashlangu and senior officials in the Gauteng province. I have seen a letter written by WITS occupational therapy students sent in January 2016 to Premier David Makura, as well as to national health officials warning of the looming peril in those institutions. The DA has therefore asked Health Minister Motsoaledi to investigate why his national officials did not act. To her great credit, the DG for the department, Precious Matsoso, regretted that she did not have the urgency of judgment to get a court order to compel Gauteng Health to do the right thing. But what I ask you, honorable members, of the highly respected DDG for Hospitals, Dr. Terence Carter, who also must have known. And what of the minister himself? These senior officials diligently report to him. He should tell the House, he's presently having a press briefing in Pretoria, he should tell the House whether he did indeed know what was happening. He did a very good thing in having the Ombudsman investigate, but then I'm afraid it was too late. 94 human beings had already died. There can be no other conclusion than this national government lacks the judgment and it lacks the ability to intervene in matters of life and death when confronted with watertight information. Despite your protestations, the Honorable Jeff Radebe, this government of yours does not govern. It is paralyzed, it is dysfunctional, and it is uncaring. And what it does, it mops up problems after the fact. It does not prevent them. Minister Motsoaledi, to his great credit, and I respect him for this, but he mopped up after the fact. He did not prevent it, even when he was confronted with the facts. This attitude, I tell you, to patients afflicted with serious mental illness reminds me of other countries we should never ever be associated with, such as the former Soviet Union and then the southern Balkan countries of Romania and Bulgaria, as well as today's Cuba. In those countries, the mentally infirm were regarded as despicable cargo. They were seen as less than human. They were considered to be burdens on the state, rather than a reminder to all of us, of our common human frailty, requiring care, requiring dignity, and requiring respect. Minister Motsoaledi wants to create a national health insurance bureaucracy using the same dysfunctional state employees and employing the same uncaring and incompetent officials to run it. Recent events tell us that we should be terribly afraid of that option. It will create massive opportunities for corruption and for looting, not to mention the repercussions in terms of health service. In fact, Minister Motsoaledi does not get it, and neither, I'm afraid, does President Jacob Zuma. A single-payer national system of funding patients in the public and the private healthcare sectors will destroy the public sector because nobody will go there anymore, and it will flood the private sector because everybody wants to go there. Besides, he needs to triple his current budget to finance it, money that simply isn't there. The finance minister tells us all the time. The DA offers a simpler, a more practical model that requires no additional taxes. Called Our Health Plan, which you should read, it will radically improve the front line of care, offering far better maternal and childcare services, far better hospital management, far better ambulance and emergency services, an accelerated clinic building program for underserved areas, especially in rural areas, and expanded training of health and medical professionals. We propose financing the expanded programs by bringing the 17 billion rand of medical tax credits onto budget. We will introduce major reforms to medical aids so that they compete on price and they compete on quality of service and not who they can write up. We will reform the regulators so that they are free from political interference as well as ministerial diktats. The Health Minister Motsoaledi talks a lot, but he is incapable of deep structural reform. His ham-fisted efforts to intervene in the Council of Medical Schemes, the Health Professional Council, the South African National Council, and the National Laboratory Service have served only to deeply undermine them. The termination of the very capable Farid Abdullah's contract has sent the South African National AIDS Council, which the Deputy President chairs, into danger zone, leaving the Medical Research Council today as the still only credible body still standing. It is a noticeable absence that the President said nothing about HIV/AIDS in his speech. While our country is not doing badly on this issue, it remains an ongoing national concern requiring the hands-on involvement of political leaders at the highest level in managing this epidemic. The fact remains that HIV/AIDS is not burning out because of the continually rising infections, especially among young women, which is a cause for great concern. Honorable members, our young people, the lost generation, are denied access to opportunities because they are not able to get the quality of health care they need. The failure of our current healthcare systems fails young South Africans too. It is yet another impediment keeping the youth from realizing their potential. NCP Chair, we are training South Africans as doctors in Cuba on an ever-expanding scale. But Cuba is a country which does not specialize in HIV and tuberculosis medicine, which is our country's greatest health burden. I am hopeful, honorable members, that change is coming. Change that will help address our country's quadruple burden of disease. This change will be built on the back of our up-and-coming young medical professionals, the interns who do not deserve the intern placement debacle of last year. What they do deserve is the courtesy which was originally promised to them of having a say on their internships and community service placements. They also deserve proper administration and a decent mechanism to inform them of available jobs after they have completed their community service. Change will be built on the back of young South Africans, like the Wits University's occupational therapy students who cared enough about the issues to write a letter that, if taken seriously, could have prevented so many deaths. These young, committed and diligent and clever people, black and white, male and female, represent hope for the future. We must give them a meaningful stake in our future because they will drive change. And do we need change? The Zuma administration wasted the little democratic momentum South Africa had after former President Mbeki's time. President Zuma simply acts to keep the lid on a stagnating country imperiled by his corruption and his cunning militarism, as we witnessed last week. By his example, he smothers the dreams and aspirations of our young people by failing to drive the deep reforms needed to make our economy grow and employment opportunities expand. Speaking of his cunning militarism, when President Zuma returned from exile, Mr. Mandela refused at first to see him. President Zuma should tell the nation why. Since I have 10 seconds, I'd like to read a quote from a newspaper about the Honorable Bongani Mkongi, which said, "Join the ANC in Cape Town today and burn down the billboard saying Zuma must fall." This is our honorable member here.
Honorable
who said the
James.
inhabitants must also be burned to death. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just one comment. One comment about what the Honorable James has said on the Esidimeni tragedy. Is that as the Honorable Minister has requested the Speaker that he would like to make a ministerial statement on the matter, and therefore we would request that we do not preempt the matter. Honorable Speaker, secondly, the honorable leader of the opposition is falling into the trap of what could be called jurisprudence. That what he reads, that's written by journalists, and the attitude of journalists that that politicians are essentially corrupt, and therefore what they read in the media is true. And that's jurisprudence. It's a pity that a leader of a political party would fall into a trap like that. We have requested the Speaker to refer the matter to the public protector. So he'll have a chance to discuss the matter here. That's a headline on Sundays, on the Sunday Times. Honorable Speaker, the road is long and full of difficulties. At times we wander from the path and must turn back. At other times we go too fast and separate ourselves from the masses. On occasions we go too slow and feel the hot breath of those treading on our heels. In our zeal as revolutionists, we try to move ahead as fast as possible, clearing the way, but knowing we must draw our sustenance from the mass, and that it can advance more rapidly only if we inspire it by our example. That is Che Guevara. The president is not being frightened of the EFF. The honorable leader of the opposition made that comment here. No, he is driven by this reality. Remember, the president is leading a revolutionary movement. Now, it is against this revolutionary perspective that the late Joe Slovo characterized our country's ascendance to state power as constitutional revolution. What we're hearing, what the honorable member is comparing us to, is anarchy. It's not revolution. So we are very clear about what we're talking about and what we're doing. The 53rd National Conference of the governing party, the ANC, decided on radical economic transformation as a characteristic feature of the second phase of the National Democratic Revolution. So the president is not frightened of the AFF. He's just carrying out the revolutionary task of the governing party of South Africa. Economic transformation is not for itself, but to transform the social conditions of our people. In this context, radical socio-economic transformation denotes a fundamental change in the structure, systems, and patterns of ownership and control of the economy. That's what it is about. And the structure, these are the key features of this. It's a structure, it's the systems, it's ownership, it's control, and institutions. Those are the key features of what the president's talking about. And that's what we are pursuing. And we have to uproot the current system and structure of the economy, the structure and system which fundamentally favor the minority of South Africans at the expense of the majority of South Africans. This is what it is about. Within this context, therefore, the following will be done to ensure the attainment of our overall goal of radical socio-economic transformation in relation to land reform. Firstly, undertake a pre-colonial audit of land ownership, use and occupation patterns. This is very important. Once the audit has been completed, a single law should be developed to address the issue of land restitution without compensation. The necessary constitutional amendments should be undertaken to effect this process. Yes, this is constitutional revolution. We will do it, but we'll do it within the confines of the Constitution of our Republic. We will redesign and establish the National Land Claims Commission as a Chapter 9 institution. These are the fundamental structural changes which will be introduced to ensure that South Africans get land back. For the period 1994 to date, the honorable leader of the opposition is talking about plans. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Let us talk about what we're doing as a governing party of the people of South Africa. For the period 1994 to date, 4.8, in fact, 5 million hectares of land have been acquired through the land redistribution program. 1,743 farms have benefited from the recapitalization and development program from 2009 to date. Just that period, 2009 to date. In respect of the restitution program, 3.3 million hectares were restored, 1994 to the end of January 2017. Financial compensation amounting to 11.6 billion rands was paid out. That's what the president was talking about, correctly. Again, President, you were correct. If you look at this, you look at 11.6 billion rands, and that's 2.772 million hectares of land. That money bought those hectares instead of that land being transferred back to the people. That's what the president was talking about. He was correct. He was correct to then say, let us emphasize to our people that what we want, much as the Constitution allows them the alternative of getting money, where that is not necessary, people must opt for land, not money, as a priority. One of the most serious challenges facing the implementation of land reform relates to incoherent institutional transformation. Again, remember we were saying the structure, the system, institutions, control, etc., as elements of radical economic or socio-economic transformation. This is what we're talking about here. One of the most serious challenges, therefore, in terms of this, in this regard, is incoherent institutional transformation. This is what it means. If you look at land parcels, for example, the trust, land that's held by the trust, You have to go through the Master of the High Court to get to know who are the members of this trust, what race are they. We've done the land audit. The second phase of the land audit is to determine race, nationality, and gender. And the preliminary report indicates that the challenges are here at the institutional level, where the trusts are, for example, under the control of the Department of Justice and Correctional Services. Now we are busy negotiating, discussing with the minister to ensure that we get to know who are the members of these trusts and how many of those members of these trusts are black, so that we can get a true, and of course, nationality. Because lots of people towards the end of apartheid, they started camouflaging the ownership of their properties in South Africa into these trusts. The shareholdership of companies under DTI, again, this is another question that we need to resolve with the minister and the Department of Trade and Industry. This is very important. Part of the challenges institutionally is that when we took over in 1994, we deracialized records, for example, in Home Affairs and also the deeds registry in South Africa. Now you are not in a position to go, although it's under our control and so on. We look at this file to say, this is a problem. That's why now government has taken a decision to prioritize electronic deed system, so that this house, this is going to come before this house. The Law Society of South Africa has assisted us in drafting an electronic system so that it cuts the cost as well, it cuts the time. Because if you take the Eastern Cape today, institutionally, the Eastern Cape, if you buy land in the Eastern Cape, you hire a conveyancer in the Eastern Cape who hires a conveyancer in Cape Town. So you pay two conveyancers. The whole administrative burden lies with the people who buy land. So now we are moving towards electronic deeds registration system, so that people can actually lodge electronically and cut the costs, the middle people costs. That's an institutional transformation that's going to come. That bill is going to cabinet tomorrow. The committee has approved it under the leadership of the president. Has approved it's coming here. It's a short bill. It's focusing on cutting the costs for the small people who buy land in our country. The role of national, of course, the honorable member here, Mtimunye, has dealt with, I'm not going to repeat this question that talks about urban land and so on in South Africa, which is very important. The question of water, I spoke about it very well. Very, very important here. You know, Honorable Mr. President, what's happening in this question of water? You know, if you go to, because the irrigation system is along the river valley, most of the owners of the land, if you buy land for redistribution downstream, these farmers upstream, they irrigate very heavily. And then the farmers that we buy land for right downstream, they get very little water. There's got no water. The minister knows this. We've raised this with the minister. This is institutional transformation. So it's not just taking land from one race group to another. What do you do institutionally to ensure that that land serves the purpose for which it was bought? That is what we are going to do. The next question institutionally. Mr. President, the Honorable Kader Asman, the late Kader Asman, he said the Eastern Cape is the capital of game farms. In the Eastern Cape, around your fence, your own yard, the fence is high, almost everywhere, because there you have land, the change of land use in South Africa. We have to make sure that this is prohibited, because what does it do? We complain all the time, we say we don't have enough food. Why? Because land is changed, the land use is changed from production to game. And then we have no land to produce. And that's why the agricultural land holdings bill is critical. I just signed it, Mr. President. You know very well, you pronounce on this thing. It's coming to cabinet. It went for public hearings. And the people have said, Mr. President, that 12,000 is too much. They've cut it down by 7,000 hectares. They say the maximum must be 5,000. The people have spoken. We've gone to the people on this one. That is radical transformation. It's going to come to this house. That bill, we signed it today, Mr. President. It's going to go to cabinet. Soon it's coming here. Mr. President, Honorable Speaker, these are but a few examples we're talking about. The above points speak to the need for a coherent institutional transformation so that we make sure that together we can change effectively. But, Honorable Speaker, there is this talk about willing buyer, willing sell. I saw this in the debate. There was a debate in these discussions. No, we no longer use it, Mr. President. We have, Mr. President, the ANC in Mangaung took a decision, a resolution, that government must create the office of the general, of a Veteran General. The first office of a Veteran General in South Africa. It's there. Now it's working, started working. One of the things that is there, institutionally, I'm talking about institutional change. Things that, Mr. President or Honorable Speaker, are hidden, but are constraining fast transfer of land towards the majority of our South Africans. The Valuer General, in South Africa, we do not have valuation standards. We only found out because of the Valuer General now, he has adopted international valuation standards. South Africa doesn't have them. He's busy drafting them now so that we can begin to do that. Universities have not adjusted their curriculum in terms of training valuers in South Africa. The Valuer General has entered into an agreement with UCT, the first group of valuers who went through an in-service training 2 months ago. They went through here at University of Cape Town because universities themselves have not adjusted to the 5 factors. They continue to use market value and train the valuers. So the valuers of South Africa have got a huge limitation. But the good news is, Honorable Speaker, is that we didn't have to wait for the Expropriation Act from this House. The first year of the Valuer General, last year, this last financial year, we saved more than 50 million rands in cutting costs of the land, and therefore we acquired more land. The result is we've already spent all our money for land acquisition this financial year. Now that is institutional transformation which we ignored for a while. Now, Mr. President, you led us towards this one. We are here. We're doing it. Now, and therefore, let's try to help the honorable members here. They don't understand what's going on in this country. Then, institutional, you know what? You know, Honorable Speaker, you read last week that the Honorable Mayor of Cape Town is handing over land to Constantia people. He just woke up one morning and then called the people. You saw that? It's like a miracle, doesn't it? It's a miracle from heaven. No, I signed off that in 2013, but because Cape Town, listen to this. Cape Town, Honorable Speaker, is the only municipality in the country which charges for land that's owned by the township, by the municipalities here. We have had to pay 120 million rands. They have been holding it out. She was holding it out. It's not because she was kind. No, she stole the opportunity. I signed it off in 2013 and approved it, but they didn't want to release it because they want money. All other municipalities in the country, Mr. Honorable Speaker, we are going to work on a legislation to change, to force them to free, so that's the resolution of the ANC in the Lekgotla, to say national, provincial, and locally owned, and rather, let's put it this way, land owned by national government, provincial government, and local government be transferred free to the people. So that when our people claim land, they must get land free. It's not happening in this province, in this municipality. It's not happening. This province. That's a DA-led. She woke up one day and said, come.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Minister, please take your seat.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Order, members. Order. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Would you ask the Honourable Minister whether we would take a question on this issue?
Honourable Minister, do you wish to take a question?
No, I will, if I have time at the end, Honourable Chair.
Please proceed, sir.
Institutionalization of perpetual
Order.
land. Look at this, listen to this institutional change in communal land. It says institutionalization of perpetual use, land use right for communal land dwellers with a 1 household, 1 hectare minimum holding for each household to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality and unemployment. To date, women and the aged are the main beneficiaries of this program. Excellent program. I could talk about it, I don't have much time now. To further promote radical socio-economic transformation, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, there is the 50-50 program. This is a radical transformation thing. This is radical economic transformation. Listen to it, listen to this. Honorable President, you've got 3 guests in the gallery somewhere. You've got 3 guests there, Nduli, Suzanne, and Mama Gandabagas. Where are they? Please rise, let the President see you. Let the President see, where's Suzanne? They're here. Honorable Mr. President, Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Unduli uti, unduli, mamela, unduli ufumana lomhlaba, Westcliff, KwaZulu Natal, Pietermaritzburg. Unduli uyapagama uthethe isiZulu, acho, athi ekugqibeni athi ngizokhuluma isingisi ke manje. Landlord, ensizwe mapha, ngizokhuluma isingisi ke manje. Yathi la. And Yati, fellow South Africans, I was a worker here, I was a farm worker here, employed by this man. Today, I own this farm, this business with him. I am a farmer. There's he, Mr. President. Umama Ganebagazi says, that lady there, she says, you know, I said, I'm not leaving until you speak, you workers. I'm talking workers. I'm talking class now. Not race, not just race. Talking class. These are workers. Now, Utumama Ganebagazi, no. The reason this is so bad singathethi siyoyika ngoba ndiqale ukuphangela lapha ndiphangelela uma abazali bakaMark ngoku ndisebenzela uMark. Uhulumende wami uthi usinike lo mhlaba sawuphatha ngoku. Singabasebenzi ifamily zininzi la baninzi. Uthi siyacinga uba abantwana bethu sabafundisa sizawutya sawunxiba. Uyava? Uthi ke ngoku xa begqiba mamela ke ngoku. Bafuna uqesha ke ngoku manager yefarm. Baphethe mos ngoku andithi baqesha manager. Ubasi ke wa-apply. Uba manager. Zanzi kwenziwa ipanel ye-interviews. Nanguya, Mr. President. Ba-interview abamqesha. Baqesha omnye umuntu. Yo, waqumba wazithatha zonke i-equipment yakho emkanayo. Nabaya, i-pineapple industry leya. Ontuli, i-forestry, i-sugar, i-crop. But listen to this, Suzanne, I wish she was here, Soms Delta. The one estate here, the export wine. Here, Soms Delta, French Hook, here. She says, I started work here in 2001. I was a domestic worker. She speaks English. Sy sê Afrikaanse sprekende mens, maar sy het Engels gepraat daai dag. Sy sê, when I started work here, in 2001, I was a domestic worker. I never thought I would ever own this business. Now I own this business with Professor Soms. That's the story. That is a goeie story van Suid-Afrika. That is a goeie story. I'm talking about people, the Western Cape here, Mr. President. I'm going to invite you to some stand here in the Western Cape here. When we're handing over that business, remember, we buy the land and then we use the land. We give the workers a land use right certificate, which they take into the business with their labor power. And then the owner comes with business skills, with markets, and so on. And that's a 50-50, own the business. The state owns the land. That's how it is. So that's what is happening in the country here. Some standards here in the West Cap. Mansberry second. Some standards there. I invited them. I invited the premier to Soms Delta, the premier, the mayor of the district, the mayor of the municipality. None of them came. None of them came. Because they could not visualize workers taking over control of big business like this. Ons het gekom. Ons is nou daar. Baie dankie.
Thank you. Order. Order, members. Honorable members. Order. Members, order. I wish to recognize the presence in our gallery, the former Dutch Speaker of Parliament of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Ms. Verbeet. With her is her husband, the former Minister for Culture, Social Services and Recreation, Mr. Willem Meyer. You are welcome to our Parliament. Honorable members, we will now take a 15-minute break. The bells will be rung to alert the members for the resumption of business. The proceedings are suspended. Thank you. Honorable members, we are back in order. I'd like to call to the podium the Premier of the Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency the President of South Africa, Honorable members of the National Assembly and the NCOP, ladies and gentlemen. I have been asked to speak about township economies, and I went to do a little bit of research. What I found is that 38% of all working age citizens of this country is staying in townships, while only 25% of the money or the income in townships is being spent in the township economy. What is the impediment on our township economies? That we can ask. And I want to say, no amount of rhetoric will change what I'm going to tell you now. And it never failed to amaze me and to be surprised how people think they always know better when we know what they are doing is not necessarily the best for the people of this country. The impediments on township economies is exactly because of the past neglect of the apartheid regime, where you find that there is a lack of investment in our townships, where you find that there is overpopulation because people have been forced in their own country to stay where they are not able to make a good life for themselves. The isolation from urban centers and also the lack of resources and infrastructure. Honorable Chairperson, it also never failed to amaze me how people that can claim that they know so much can sometimes be so ignorant. I am very much privileged to be standing here to speak about my province, the Northern Cape, where we, along with the rest of South Africa, want to translate political emancipation into economic well-being and prosperity for all our people. Under the leadership of the African National Congress, the only and true party at service of the people remains committed to expedite the radical transformation of our economy in order to enhance the participation of the masses of our people in the mainstream of the economy. This has a direct bearing on the black majority, and more specific on women and the youth and people living with disabilities. At a broad level, our National Development Plan aims to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by 2030. Accordingly, the plan concedes that South Africa can realize these goals by drawing on the energies of its people, growing an inclusive economy, building capabilities, enhancing the capacity of the state, and promoting leadership and partnerships throughout society. We have never claimed to be the best because we know we can always do better in the eyes of our people. Those that are claiming that they are the best, let them wait for their turn so that we can see what they can do. This, our province, under the capable and progressive stewardship of the African National Congress, are in the process of reviewing our Provincial Growth and Development Plan, which corresponds to the NDP and seek to achieve the following broad objectives: providing overarching goals for what we want to achieve by 2030, building consensus on the key obstacles to us achieving these goals and what needs to be done to overcome those obstacles, providing a shared long-term strategic framework within which more detailed planning can take place in order to advance the long-term goals set out in the Northern Cape Growth and Development Plan, and creating a basis for making choices about how best to use the limited resources that we have at our disposal. achtbare voorzitter van die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies, achtbare president, die Noord-Kaap ondersteun volkome die beleid en die bevordering van plaaslike ekonomiese ontwikkeling en die ontwikkeling van klein sake ondernemings sowel as koöperatiewe om seker te maak dat mense in die woonbuurte kan deelneem aan die ekonomie. Dit word gedoen deur die identifisering en ondersteuning van lewensvatbare en volhoubare geleenthede vir entrepreneurs in alle sektore van die provinsiale ekonomie. Die plaaslike aankope van goedere en gebruik van dienste deur die regering, ondernemings in stadbesit en private maatskappye is 'n groot belegging vir die provinsie en dit kan of 'n ekonomiese katalisator wees of dit kan lei tot lae of geen groei van die ekonomie nie. Dit is daarom dat ons 'n beroep doen op Transnet, Eskom, die SKA, die IPP's en eienaarskapmodelle wat daar moet wees om seker te maak dat plaaslike besteding verseker word en ook om te verseker dat die rand wat gegenereer word ten minste 4 tot 6 keer binne in die provinsie sirkuleer. Onthou dat ons gesê het, net 25% van die inkomste in woonbuurte word binne in woonbuurte gespandeer, omdat die meeste van ons mense uitgaan om in voorheen bevoordeelde gebiede hulle geld te spandeer. Daarom is dit vir ons as die Noord-Kaap belangrik dat ons sal seker maak dat die rand hersirkuleer binne in die provinsie, binne in ons woonbuurte, om seker te maak dat ons mense baat vind by ons ekonomie. The Northern Cape has a tremendous resource base, Honorable Chairperson, and this resource base is distributed over a vast province with rural characteristics that we need to radically transform. As a province, we seek to address issues of economic growth, unemployment, and inequality. This resource base promises tremendous potential in terms of the wide open spaces within itself. Additional to this are the added advantage of the agricultural sector, our rich mineral resources, and the blessing of nature's heat and wind sources of energy. This we are using and we must use to ensure that we grow the economy, that we create local employment, and that we create local ownership to address the economic triple challenges that we face. Based on what I have just outlined, Honorable Chairperson, the resource-based economic potential is extensive and promising, but also very capital intensive. Therefore, the Northern Cape is currently a prime destination for foreign direct investment, new industries, and innovation that should radically transform our province. Billions of rands flow into this province via public and private investment, Honorable President. Thank you very much for making us, as the Northern Cape, a hub of renewable energy. And we are also one of the provinces currently that are, in terms of the mining industry, one of the fastest growing. Whilst other provinces are closing mines, in the Northern Cape, we are opening mines as we speak. So, as indicated, our province is rural, and it covers a staggering 33% of South Africa's landmass. These resources are what we have, and therefore we need to go about development in a sustainable manner of our natural resources. Otherwise, it will be lost to us, and we will not benefit at all. I'm speaking about mining, I'm speaking about renewable energy, and I'm speaking about agriculture, which have a short lifespan. Even SKA, as we speak about it, has a lifespan which we cannot deny. Therefore, decisions and investment that we make now will realize their full extent in 40 plus years from now. We, as the Northern Cape, a big but small province, we need these investments, not just to exploit our resources, but to offset investment that will take us beyond the natural life of mining and other industries. We need to, and God willing, we will secure a future for our children and their children. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, in our endeavor to address radical economic transformation and revitalize our economy, we want to build on the gains that we are making in the agricultural sector. This is a key component in the creation of sought-after employment and growing the economy. As such, rural development in the province has been invigorated with a focused establishment. En ek wil vir die agbare minister sê, die agripak, ons kan nie meer wag vir die agripaks nie. Ek het net hierdie naweek weer gesien hoeveel landbou beteken in ons provinsie, hoeveel mense, seisoenwerkers, hoe die ekonomie van ons klein dorpies lewe wanneer daar seisoenwerke is in die landboubedryf. Wat meer as ons mense eienaars is van hierdie land waarop hulle eie trade bedryf. Issues of land reform, water rights, food security are crucial enablers for us as the Northern Cape. And we are also a key player in terms of food security. The extensive agricultural riverbank production sites, ranging from the Valharts irrigation to the Val, Reed and Orange rivers are broad, and beyond this are prime mutton, beef and game production areas that serve as protein resources for most of our domestic needs, as well as several export destinations. With many land reform and restitution cases completed, huge stretches of community support to our upcoming and small-scale farmers and fishermen alike are crucial. We'll need to enable, equip, and mentor them to become part of the global competitive food production value chain. Our existing prime protein, fruit, and vegetable producers also need to be equipped and grown in order to add value, to produce, and to export more. Other critical investments include the multi-billion euro square kilometer array. It is really exciting to speak about the Northern Cape province and the biggest scientific project in the same sentence, an instrument that scientific communities around the world will talk about for years to come. What this project has done just around the Carnarvon area is remarkable, Honorable Minister, Honorable President. Through the Cyber Lab and the Computer Laboratory at Carnarvon High and primary schools respectively, we have seen the introduction of ICT in curriculum delivery. The schools also have one of the fastest broadband connectivity in the country. The level of science and mathematics teaching has also improved greatly through the introduction of Teach South Africa ambassadors at the local schools. This has resulted in the local learners becoming recipients of SKA undergraduate bursaries, which enable them to study towards the attainment of a BSc degree. Solplaatje University also introduced a qualification in data studies, making it the only university on the continent offering this course. Honorable Chairperson, you know this time business, sure. I will just ask the President that, and also the Minister, please, we need the designation of the special economic zone for us to be able, through renewable energy, to create more jobs for our people in the manufacturing side of the IPP. This is the projects that are following our resources, and this means that we are in most instances, and they are in most instances in our rural and even deep rural areas. In these arid areas, we as the Northern Cape require investment that can initiate our rural economy and advance our communities to transition to become part of the global economy. To radically transform the Northern Cape economy, we need to optimize localization to achieve rapid socio-economic transformation. As the Northern Cape, we will continue to give our full support to enable our local population and local entrepreneurs to be able to compete, own, and be allocated work from these investments. Local procurement and supply will always remain our top priority. This notion is supported by the fact that expenditure trends to land directly in the local space, and therefore local procurement and absorption of local labor or ownership must be realized through this. Honorable Chairperson, I can say a lot about the renewable energy independent power producer procurement program, but what I want to say is this is definitely a game changer, and I can just imagine if the manufacturing side can be realized, how it will become sustainable for the people of the Northern Cape. I want to go to the last but not the least issue. Honorable President, please stop these people benefiting from our gas resources. because they are the ones that are always doing better with resources from other provinces. Please bring our gas resources to our province. It will enable us to open up opportunities with Namibia, where we already have an agreement with the Karas region, where you find the Kudu gas fields, which means we will be able to use our gas resources to serve as a catalyst to open up opportunities in the SADC region, together with Namibia. Because people don't want nuclear, because they have nuclear. They don't have gas, they are using our gas, and they pretend to be the best that God has ever created. Let us please benefit our people from our natural resources. I thank you.
Thank you, Premier. The Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Chairperson, comrades, honorable members, and my comrades in the gallery. Comrade President, the APC welcomes your address. At the same time, condemning the anarchic and racist behavior that preceded it. Chaos and disrespect must never become a new normal. In a country with such high levels of inequality, we welcome the minimum wage accord as but a small step in the right direction. It is obscene that 5 billionaires in this country own wealth equal to 26 million South Africans. It is a mockery to speak of democracy with such levels of poverty and inequality. However, our concerns as APC is that ECD educators, HIV counselors, and home-based carers are not included, and yet they work more than 40 hours a week. The APC demands their inclusion in the minimum wage category. Comrade President, economic transformation must not just be radical, it must be revolutionary. The state stake in the economy must be increased from the current 30% to more than 50%. The state must mine all strategic minerals. We have the largest zinc reserves in the world. We produce 80% of the world's platinum. Together with Zimbabwe, we control everything. We need a state bank, proper, not the spaza shop arrangement of the Post Bank. The commanding eyes of the economy like Sasol and ArcelorMittal must revert to the state. Yes, we must smash the cartels and collusions. And yes, the land of the African people, the land bought, the land never sold. Land dispossession was not just about the means of production. It was a loss of sovereignty, dignity, and humanity, which buttressed the racism that Africans still experience in the farms, in the factories, in the mines, in the universities, on the beaches, and just about everywhere. Comrade President, I must speak for the people of Cathcart, Daliwe, and Lovini, and Katikat, neglected by the provincial, district, and local governments. And Lovini, they have no electricity and no sanitation. At Katikat, there is a section without electricity, and 10 families share a bucket toilet, which is changed once a month. There is one ambulance instead of the 4 promised. The revenue services, the hospital, the railway station, the dilapidated sports field, unemployment, drugs, etc. It is the same in Makana municipality. It is the same story for the ex-mine workers. It is the same for the people of Mahato, in Blowback, in Limpopo. We must act with agency in the interest of our people. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Julius.
Mr. President, Deputy President, Chairperson, members and fellow South Africans, I think let me start with a quick observation here. Honorable Mkongi, I really need to thank you for re-emphasizing the fact that the ANC is just like the apartheid government. You should have known better, because I invite you to stop counting your money at home and defending corrupt leaders and go out and see for yourself. There is a lost generation out there. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, they are there. Agbare voorsitter, is nou al 1 jaar vandat ek hier gestaan het en vertel het van die blou bokkie, sy gal en die ANC se leuns.
wel die ANC het hulle self daaraan afgevee. Maar ek wil weer vandag die ANC vertel van 'n tweede beroemde boek geskryf deur Dalien Matthee, Vila se kind. Hierdie boek het die temas van ras, klas, identiteit, emancipasie, onreg en geheime aangepak. Maar vandag wil ek praat oor onreg. Benjamin, die hoofkarakter, was 'n weggooi lam toe Vila hom gevind het. Sy ouers het hom weggegooi. 9 jaar later het die Van Rooyen familie hom geëis as hulle verlore kind. Onder die ouderdom van 3 het hulle na 8 dae opgehou soek na hom en toe hulle hom weer gevind het, was hulle nie geïnteresseerd in hoe bes om hom te misbruik. Hulle het hom as hul eiendom gesien en soos 'n slaaf behandel. Nie net was hulle onverantwoordelik nie, maar hulle was ook gulsig. En toevallig het ons 'n Van Rooyen hierso in die huis in wat die beskrywing so mooi pas. But Chairperson, this is exactly how the ANC treats the lost generation of South Africa. The South African knows not the emancipation a title deed brings, never owning the land they live on. Our people do not progress because of vast tracts of government-owned land kept safe for redistribution only to the well-connected, secure in comfort. Madam Chair, despite all the bravado about returning the land to the people of South Africa, the ANC and President Zuma, nothing was said on land restitution during this year's State of Nation address. Now, Honorable Nkwinti, you said our leader just told us what you did not do. Allow me to tell you what you did do in terms of land redistribution. The issue of land has been an arduous task for the ANC over the years. The ANC committed itself in 1994 to transfer 30% of agricultural land back to South Africans by 1999. When this target was not met, they moved it simply to 2014. But this target was also not met by the ANC. By 2016, only 8% of agricultural land was transferred to black South Africans, falling way short of the ANC's own target. And you stand here and blame other people. Your own target you didn't meet. The ANC further committed itself to settling of all land claims by 2005. Guess what? By 2016, there are still 7,419 land claims outstanding, and about 20,000 of them are yet to be finalized. Thus, the ANC did not meet a single target on land that they have set for themselves. After 23 years not meeting your targets, how can you still expect South Africans to trust you this time around? I can guarantee you, if I now say ANC MPs, raise your hand if you didn't receive a farm. Raise your hand if you didn't receive a farm from government. Okay. Thank you, it is noted. Honorable Minister Nkwinti is still at Lutuli House, busy handing out farms. He'll get to you later. But yes, President Zuma, in your own words, and I quote you, Mr. President, you said, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to achieve true reconciliation until the land question is resolved. I think you actually meant to say that due to the ANC not meeting its own targets on land, true reconciliation would not be resolved. The ANC have simply forgotten the people of South Africa. But showing no respect for the discontentment of ordinary and forgotten South Africans, the then MEC for Agriculture, Mosebenzi Zwane, now Minister of Resources, Mineral Resources, made a deal with the Gupta-owned company, Estina, and that's why maybe he's promoted to minister, where they were the primary beneficiaries of a lucrative dairy farm project in a Free State, even though they had no agricultural experience. You are selling our land to foreigners.
On a point of order.
Honorable Julius, take your seat.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm standing on Rule 14F on
Yes,
irrelevance or reputation of the speech. The speaker doesn't actually focus on the State of the Nation address. He's grandstanding, talking about ANC providing land to the connected. He asks us to raise their hands. When he finds that members of
Chairperson,
parliament
that's
have not
not a
been
point of
given
order.
land, then he
Chairperson.
actually
Thank you,
switches
ma'am.
on to something else.
Chairperson.
Be relevant, please.
Chairperson.
Honorable order, members.
That is not a point of order,
Honorable,
Chairperson.
please take your seat, Honorable Waters. Honorable, you are raising a point of order, but that point of order will not be sustained. This is a debate. Let it continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I referred to state capture. That is the state of the nation, in case you didn't know, Honorable Member. But further, the current land reform minister, ek weet nie waar sy nou nie, have alleged to be received a 2 million bribe to facilitate a deal in which his friends at Latulia House could benefit from the department's 97 million rand purchase of the Bekenfley farm. It's all about the ANC and the people last. The ANC have forgotten about our people. Now let me tell you now, the DA will prioritize a full audit of land, Minister, and those who receive agricultural land will be supported with the necessary skills or qualifications before they begin farming, which will include financial and technical support. Honorable Speaker, last year I predicted here at this podium that my colleagues, Mayors Msimanga, Trollop and Mashaba in Tshwane, Nelson Mandela Bay and Johannesburg respectively will be governing DA metros. Honorable President, I'm proud to announce they're doing just that. The previous ANC administration in Tshwane had incurred about 2 billion worth of debt, which the DA administration discovered soon after being elected to govern the executive and administration capital of South Africa. Previous Mayor Ramogopa enjoyed a 30 million per year discretionary slush fund to spend without fear of consequence. In the first 100 days of government, the DA's Mayor, Solim Simanga, stopped all excessive and frivolous expenditure on lavish catering, banquets and parties, and luxury cars to save money for service delivery. That's the DA for you. Corrupt officials are now being pursued where we govern. The ANC could not do this because it's their cronies that are corrupt. You thrive on corruption. In Johannesburg, the DA administration identified 2,000 title deeds for residents who had been waiting for decades under previous ANC administration. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC only knows our people when it benefits them. They have failed us as a nation, and when we seek answers, they use violent, racist rhetoric that divide us like Honorable Nkongi. You know, when life is abundant, they forget the suffering and sacrifice we had to undergo for this hard-won democracy of ours. They do not know us in poverty.
Honorable
They
Julius.
do not know us in inequality.
Honorable
and
Julius.
they certainly do not know us in
Your
unemployment.
time is expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Order. The Honorable, the Minister of Women in the Presidency.
Madam Chairperson, our President, His Excellency President Zuma, our Deputy President, Honorable Ramaphosa, honorable members, distinguished guests. Today we continue to draw inspiration from the words of wisdom from our icon, President Nelson Mandela. In his statement, I quote, "We ought to imprint in the supreme law of the land firm principle upholding the rights of women," close quotes. Our government remains committed to advancing and protecting the interest of women in all spheres of life. There are success stories of initiatives and government programs that sought to empower women by addressing disparity in our economy. This government has made progress in women empowerment, especially in the public sector. What remains a challenge is, how do we translate success in employment parity currently in government to the private sector? It is how we translate achievements in government to the private sector in terms of our advancement in women that our success should be measured. Our constitution has a specific emphasis on equality, which also translates to equal pay for the same work. The Employment Equity Act, as amended, seeks to achieve equity in the workplace by promoting equal opportunities and fair treatment, by further eliminating unfair discriminations in employment, by implementing affirmative action measures to redress the disadvantages experienced by designated groups, which includes women. We are proud as the ANC government, we have been able to achieve equal pay for equal work in the public sector. We therefore call upon all employers to take steps in eliminating discrimination in the workplace by ending unfair practices such as paying employees disproportionately for the same work. And we welcome the proposal by the process led by the Deputy President of a minimum wage, which will start creating fairness in our country. Failure to adhere to these employment equity requirements will amount to unfair discrimination, which goes against the spirit of the Constitution. What remain most challenges for women in realizing their full potential in our economy remains access to finance, including from development finance institutions. In our radical economic transformation, all South Africans have a responsibility to ensure that women benefit from the shake-up in the current structure, systems, and institutions of our country. Patterns of ownership and control of the economy should change in favor of all South Africans, the majority of whom are Africans, especially women. It is easier to paint a chronology of how the black majority were marginalized from meaningful participation in the economy. However, it remains our desired outcome to achieve parity of representation, and we have therefore embedded gender balance to avoid repeating mistakes of the past. This call for gender mainstreaming, which is about assessing the different implications for women of any planned policy action, including legislations and programs in all areas and levels. In the task that lies ahead of us, government will not only be monitoring progress in terms of women empowerment, it will do that in all areas of our economy, but will also ensure that there are specific targets designated for women. Madam Chair, socioeconomic concerns where women continue to have higher rate of unemployment continues in our country. Whilst we acknowledge that participation by women in the construction industry remains low, we urge for a renewed sense of agency to support women-owned businesses. Further, it is also found that organizations benefit when their leadership has diverse perspectives and experience to draw from. South Africa, especially the private sector, should have to take valuable lessons for us as we aspire more women to hold top leadership positions and board roles. This call upon the South African private sector and captains of the industry to ensure that they take a conscious decision to ensure women are part of their outlook and destination. It further reflects that gender diversity in corporate boards has a positive impact on decision-making, and that women executives build better workplace relations. This government has also made remarkable progress in advancing women and gender parity in the workplace and in a relatively short period of time. Sustainable Goal 5 enjoins us to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. All governments have to mainstream gender equality and empower women in all of their SDGs.
as part of Africa, South Africa is not left behind in science and technology in the continent. We are proud today of the sterling achievement of South African women who are recipients of the Kwame Nkrumah Scientific Awards. During the African Union Heads of States, the following South Africans were awarded. In 2016, Professor Tibello Nyokong won the Kwame Nkrumah Scientific Award in Science and Technology for her contribution towards the effective treatment of cancer and the fabrication sensors for various environmentally, biologically, and medically important molecules. Madam Chair, in 2017, Associate Professor Celia Abolnik won an award for her research in avian respiratory viruses, especially those affect chicken and ostrich production in Africa. Therefore, the inclusion of women, you eat KFC, I don't eat that, of women in previous preserved for men is a thing of the past. Women are competitive in science, engineering, ICT, technology, and finance. We want to say thank you, ANC, for all the policies and programs and advancing the interest of women in South Africa. As women, we continue to constitute the majority of students enrolled at our universities and TVET colleges, and continue to perform better in technical fields of engineering, finance, and ICT. This government continues to make resources available for women to advance their studies in various fields. I want to commend the Minister of Department of Science and Technology, my colleague, Honorable Pando, who has provided 9,353 bursaries, of which 5,434 were offered to women. Congratulations, Minister, and we welcome your efforts. And further, out of 3,239 doctoral bursaries, 1,699 were offered to women by Quota 3 of 2016-2017. Siyaqhuba sihlalo. Of the research grants provided again by your leadership in research at universities and research institutions, out of 4,175 that received grants, 1,556 were women. And we want to say, congratulations, Minister, for the good work in advancing the interest of women. In our quest to liberate women, I want to quote Maya Angelou's quote. I want to refer to it. You may write me down in history with bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very depths, but still, like dust, I will rise. Close quote. We recognize the work of the pioneers in advancing the women's struggle, Charlotte Maxake's work in organizing the anti-pass laws campaign in 1913 in the Free State, and the establishment of the Bantu Women's League. Set the scene for the formation of the today ANC Women's League in our country, a beautiful movement which continues to lead in the struggle of women. Later in 1956, this is the organization which led the historical 1956 march, which celebrated its 60th anniversary last year. This march was led by the following stalwarts who embodied non-racialism, non-sexism by leading the 1956 march. The stalwarts Lillian Ngoyi, Sophie DeBrain, and Helen Joseph. Collectively, these efforts paved the way for the emancipation of women. Today, in 2017, sitting in this house, we are all beneficiaries of the heroes and the heroines of this struggle. Madam Chair, His Excellency President Zuma, in his State of the Nation in February 2011, stated that, I quote, given our emphasis on women's health, we will broaden the scope of reproductive health rights and provide services related to, amongst others, contraceptives, sexual transmitted infections, teenage pregnancy, and sanitary towels for the indigent. Our current health system provides free access to contraceptives, provides access to health, services for sexual transmitted diseases, and work to prevent child pregnancy. What remains, President, is the provision of sanitary towel for the indigent girl child. I want to make an assurance to you, President, as we deal with this, for most indigent women, menstruation is often rather inconvenient biological reality against which there is no control. For most indigent women, menstruation is often a rather inconvenient biological reality against which we are all affected. Attending to these recurring biological inconveniences, it is expensive for most ordinary women, yet these products are a necessity and rank high in the hierarchy of women's needs. For the young woman and school-going girls reaching puberty, there is a relationship between absenteeism arising from the discomfort and humiliation associated with lack of access to feminine hygiene products, particularly for those in the rural and urban areas, townships, and informal settlements. While the impact of such absenteeism has not been studied, it is reasonable to deduce that poor academic performance by young women and schoolgirls can be attributed to lost learning days and often leads to dropouts. In response to this, President, we intend to meet your challenge by coming back to this House in June with relevant policy proposals on addressing the indigent challenges faced by a girl child. Madam Chair, amongst others, what has facilitated our improved performance towards gender equality has been the commitment of the ANC in advancing and recognizing the importance of the emancipation of women in our country. The ANC 52 National Conference resolved on zebra policy for gender equality. We have obligation to address gender inequalities alongside those relating to race. I want to challenge the opposition to follow ANC policies which are highly progressive. Look at this, it's just a tinge amongst men. Eliminating violence against women, it's a prerequisite for gender equality and the empowerment of women. In 2016, the President launched the rollout of the national dialogues during the 16 days of no violence against women and children. We have since adopted a 365 days program on eliminating violence against women and children, because every hour there is a woman or a child who is abused or violated. We are rolling out the programs to all provinces in partnerships with various government departments, civil society, and the private sector. Further, the Department of Social Development, led by my colleague, Minister Dlamini, has also partnered with the private sector on gender-based violence through a national 24-hour hotline service which provides access to services of police and counseling by social workers and psychologists. We must diversify ownership in the financial service sector to reflect the demographics of our society and women representation. The outlook of Black ownership in the top 100 companies on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange is not encouraging at all. The representation of Black women in such companies at board and executive level is obviously not encouraging. As part of our quest for employment equity, government will work with the private sector to drive the radical economic transformation objectives for the common good. In South Africa, access to finance by women continues to be a challenge. A 2016 study by Oliver Wyman on women's progress in the world's financial services sector found that at current, executive committee in the global financial spaces industry will only reach 30% of women in the world representation only in 2046. It's a wake-up call for those who think women are secondary. South Africa can no longer delay mending the gender gap. It is therefore our objective to reach that target of 30% representation well before 2046, because we are serious and committed to economic radical transformation of women in our country and the participation of women at various levels. Women are equally knowledgeable and competitive, and there is no doubt that we are able to hold our own on a number of levels, including ownership and corporate boards. It is therefore imperative that corporates are not indifferent to the advancement of women and must maintain a strong pipeline of female leadership based on competitiveness, because we want more in an equitable, fair manner. That's what the ANC believes in. That is why we are here as women in the majority. In the ANC, we are not a tinge. We are participants fully and treated equally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Van Dam.
Honorable Chairperson, the fight against corruption continues. President Jacob Zuma bragged in this House last week. What he should have actually said is, the ANC will continue to be corrupt. There is no use fighting us, because that is the plain truth. The corruption scandals that follow President Zuma are not unique to him. They are symptoms of a rampant, systemic, and deep-rooted culture of corruption that has destroyed the ANC beyond repair. I stand here today, Honorable Chairperson, in support of the victims of the ANC's corruption. In particular, I stand in support of South Africa's lost generation, young people who are born free but denied hope, their futures stolen by greedy and corrupt ANC politicians. I speak of learners such as those at Lower Malepelepe Primary School in Mdikisweni village outside Solo in the Eastern Cape, who for 5 years had to kneel on the floor because there were no desks or chairs for them. These were learners, some as young as 6 years old, whose plight the Eastern Cape Education Department had known of but chosen to ignore. It had to take exposure in the media for their schools to be provided with the bare minimum, while the Provincial Education Department failed to spend 530 million meant for infrastructure at schools. How many more Malepelepe primary schools are out there? Schools where learners whose rights are ignored because they are poor and black, and money meant for their development stolen, wasted, and misappropriated. Then there are the learners at Gaetso and JM High School in Lichtenburg in the Northwest, who had to embark on a protest after pleas for scholar transport fell on deaf ears. These were learners who were forced to walk 8 kilometers daily through crime-ridden areas, risking being robbed, raped, or worse. This all happened in a province where the Premier, Mr. Supra Mahumapelo, wants to spend 6 million on a statue in honor of President Jacob Zuma, while learners in this province beg to be provided with transport so they can go to school safely. It is disgraceful that in a province where many struggle, money will be spent on a vanity project for a president whose legacy will be nothing but corruption and rising unemployment. I challenge you, Mr. President, to say no to that statue. The next statue that the other members of the Premier League will order, no doubt, will be in honor of the other paragons of corruption and their bosses, the Guptas. Then there are the young and talented executives who appeared before the SABC inquiry, purged from their positions because they refused to be corrupt. The ANC government stood by and watched while Hlaudi Motsoeneng and his enforcers looted the
Honorable Van Dam, please take your seat. You are recognized.
I want to take a question from that idiot.
Honorable Van Dam, take your seat. You are recognized.
Aye. I guess you don't want to take a question from me. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, you were begging for DA membership. Now here you're trying to show them that you're committed to the ANC. Sit down.
Honorable Van Dam. Honorable Van Dam.
Sit down.
Honorable Van Dam.
You hold your back. Put KFC in it.
Order. Honorable Van Dam. You are on the podium. Order, members. Order. 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 Honorable Premier. Order. Honorable Van Dam. Honorable Van Dam. You are on the podium. You are addressing the House. You are not dialoguing.
Okay,
Please
so
don't repeat
no
that.
problem, no problem,
Honourable
no
Speaker.
problem.
Order, Speaker. Can I raise a point of order, Speaker?
We're not now.
This side.
Now.
Honorable Van Dam, please take your seat. You are recognized, sir.
I raise an order, Honourable Speaker, in terms of the joint rule 14P.
What is the point of order?
The offensive language that Honourable Van Dam is just
Offensive
utilized.
language. You here on
But-
Sona.
Honourable
walking
Van
on the
Dam.
floor,
Look at them.
shouting FU to members of the opposition. Don't
Honourable
tell me
Van
about
Dam.
Aksita suggests Sobulelu Van Dam, please sit down.
Please take Honorable Van Dam, order members. Honorable Van Dam, I am not order. I have never seen anybody behaving the way you do on the podium. Please desist and take your seat. Take your seat.
As chairperson, I was saying,
flatmate.
in terms of rule 14P,
No, I can
she called another honorable member an idiot. I think it's not parliamentary for him to say that.
Thank you. Honorable Van Dam, did you call another member an idiot?
I withdraw.
You
But
are
him-
withdrawing. Please.
He here on
Honorable
Sona Day-
Van Dam.
On Sona, I'm speaking my
You cannot point fingers at other members.
on Sona
Please
Day,
continue
that
with
member-
your speech. Take your
On
seat,
Sona Day,
honorable
this is
member.
my speech, this is
Take
my
your
speech.
seat.
She's a stratmate.
Honorable. Order. Aye, members. Order. 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 Honorable members, this House will not degenerate. You will not reduce this House, all of you, to this chaos you are causing. Honorable members, all of you who are making gestures, who are vulgar in your language, you disrespect this House, unfortunately, and the constituencies that put us here. Honorable Van Dam, please continue with your speech.
I'll add this to my speech. That member there on Sona Day was walking in this house shouting FU to members of the opposition. So you can't come here and try and tell me about the rules when he was vulgar. I'll continue. Now,
Order,
the
Speaker.
ANC government stood by
Order, Speaker.
and watched while Hlaudi Motsoeneng
Can I raise a
and
point
his
of order,
enforcers looted the SABC.
Honorable Van Dam, please take your seat. What is your point of order?
I request that Honourable Van Dam must raise a substantive motion because I've never mentioned such kind of a thing.
Honorable members, the point you are raising is we did get to hear that order. How? Continue, nje. Honorable members, I know that earlier today that the Speaker of the National Assembly raised this matter of vulgar language, of language which is unparliamentary. Please desist. We will get into the records and look at everybody who has used that word in this House, and we will refer this matter for discipline. I want to urge you members that we must desist from doing this. Honorable Van Dam, you are on the floor.
The ANC government stood by while Hlaudi Motsoeneng and his enforcers looted the SABC and exacted a reign of terror on all of those who stood in the way, all with the full protection of Mr. Zuma, who he had on speed dial. These are but a few of the stories of the lives of the victims of the ANC's corruption. There are millions more. As the DA, we say we will make very sure that those
On a point of
responsible
order,
for
Chair.
stealing your money.
Honorable Van Dam, there's a point of order.
On the point
Honorable
of order,
Radebe.
I'm rising, Chairperson, on rules, Joint Rule 12.
Yes, sir.
Which states that the rules which are used, the discipline rules which are used in the houses, different houses here, are also applicable in this house. So the member cannot come here and make an allegation that the president had a full knowledge of what was happening in the SABC. I think that one must be brought through the substantive motion. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Van Dam.
We had evidence in the SABC inquiry.
Honorable Van Dam, please take your seat. Honorable Radebe, we will get into that which you are raising. We will look at whether or not this allegation is baseless. Honorable Van Dam, I do not know whether this House has received a report from you, which means that before that House, this House, the National Assembly, received the motion, a report from you, it would be better for you to hold your horses. Honorable Chief of the Opposition.
May I address you, House Chairperson?
Yes,
House
I'm not a
Chairperson.
House Chairperson, thank you.
Chairperson of the NCOP, my apologies. I think that the honourable member who raised the original point of order has misconstrued it. There are two volumes of rules. There's part 1 and there's part 2. Part 2 deals with rules of debate. The rules of discipline that the member is referring to refers to the sanctions of members should they be found guilty of having transgressed the rules. What he's trying to do is supplant the rules of debate of the National Assembly into this chamber, and that's not permitted. It relates to how long a member can be suspended and other matters, and that's why he's not the Chief Whip.
Honorable Radebe, please take your seat. Honorable members, allow me to chair the House. The rules which the Honorable Radebe referred to are fine. What you are saying is also in order. Let us not try and play for time and excuse behavior which is untenable in the House. The rules of both houses are applicable under different circumstances. For now, the rules of the joint sittings will apply. It is under those other circumstances that the different rules will apply, and we hope that we will not have to do so. Honorable Van Dam, please continue.
As a DA, we say we will make very sure that those responsible for stealing your money will be brought to book. We will fight ANC corruption wherever it is. In the provinces, our MPLs will continue to hold provincial governments accountable, and municipalities, our councillors, will do the same. In Parliament, the executive will feel the heat, and in particular, President Zuma. Our litigation for the reinstatement of 783 corruption charges against him has been sped up. We have also filed papers in the Constitutional Court to seek a declaratory order that he violated his constitutional obligations in not giving effect to the remedial actions set out in the Public Protector's State Capture Report. Honourable Speaker, it was quite clear that the ANC and corruption are like this, inseparable. It does not matter who is leader, the culture of stealing money is deeply entrenched in this organization. The only hope South Africa has is to vote out the ANC and its culture of corruption. Where the DA governs in Tshwane, in Nelson Mandela Bay and Johannesburg, we will bring corruption-free government. And after we are elected to national government in 2019, we will stop corruption, halve the number of ministries, cap spending on consultants, make tender and procurement processes transparent, and cut in government perks like travel, vehicles, catering, and VIP protection, which will be very hard for you. Our public servants will know that their job is to serve all South Africans and not the other way around. A DA corruption will not tolerate corruption and will not tolerate anyone who commits corruption. The DA will fight the scourge on behalf of all South Africans, and especially the youth who have had to watch as the ANC has squandered and stolen their futures. Was that 2019?
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Gele.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President.
Order, members.
Honorable members. The task of creating a developmental state where the primary mandate is to build an inclusive economy, fundamentally changing the status quo in favor of the poor majority who find themselves in rural Hinderwood is now more urgent than before. Further, any unnecessary delay will have grave consequences for our hard-fought freedom and governability of the state. In this regard, South Africa must indeed review the many agreements entered into before and at CODESA negotiations. Such an exercise will identify the bugbears which make it difficult to ensure that all citizens enjoy equal economic freedom. Whilst our welfare system has helped millions who would have gone to bed with empty stomachs, the painful truth is that the super exploitative economic system the new South Africa inherited continues to produce structural inequality and remains enemy number one of the state of our people. The United Democratic Movement suggests that radical economic transformation should not just be a mere rhetoric, and we believe that patronage, corruption must fall, and the prudence and good governance must rise. Free education must not be free of quality, but it must produce young adults, especially black adults, who are ready to operate new enterprises and be job creators than being job seekers. Whilst progress has been made with housing delivery, the minister should have clear, achievable timeframes for the correction of defects in some of the existing buildings and act decisively against those to be found on the wrong side of the law. Recent reports on the alleged maladministration and possible corruption in the Department of Water Affairs is worrying. It flies in the face of the spirit of the announced radical economic transformation. Speedy actions must be taken, especially given the current drought and water scourge. In agriculture, we need to train more agronomists with practical skills to utilize and manage the land once it is returned to the people. Indeed, in the words of O.R. Tambo, whose century we are commemorating, liberation has no meaning without the return of the country's wealth to the people, and therefore, the existing economic arrangement must be radically changed to the equal benefit of all South Africans. Sithi ke nto zakuthi ngesiXhosa esiphelele. Abantu bakuthi bayasokola. Kanti nitshintshe igiya le niqhuba ngayo sekela mawubana akekho umongameli. Nalo 30% ithetha ngayo yonika abantu construction. Ayizunceda ubana niba-protect, because if you say they must subcontract to the big contractors at the prices of the big contractors, you are therefore destroying them. So come up with a system where these big contracts are divided so that our people can properly benefit, so that in 10 years or 5 years' time, or when you are a president, Honorable Deputy President, as you are going to be a president, uzincome uthi abana ndibanyusile ubani ndiyakwazi ubani uzobabetha abani inkosi.
Ngiyabonga.
Uzaphatha wena.
The Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. Last week, under the protection of a phalanx of security, behind an impenetrable ring of steel and barbed wire thrown around this parliament, watched over by a Praetorian guard of over 441 military personnel armed with assault rifles, and in a precinct that pushed the people further away from this parliament than they've ever been before, in an environment of heightened fear and intimidation of the opposition and the media by the jackboot state, and of course, under the watchful glare of a power-hungry speaker determined to protect her president instead of the people's parliament. This president stood before the nation and described a land so far removed from the ordinary reality lived by South Africans on a daily basis, you were left wondering if it was at all possible for one man to be so detached from the lived experience of our people.
Chairperson. Honorable Stenesen, please take your seat. Honorable Waters.
Chairperson, I'm sorry to interrupt the speaker, but it seems like Castle Corner has moved from that side to that side. All they do is howl. They're not listening to the speech, and I'm surprised you haven't called them to order.
Please take your seat. Honorable members.
Point of order, NCOP Chair.
Honorable.
Should I go ahead?
No, sir. I am going to rule. Honorable members, you are allowed to heckle, but you are not allowed to drown the speaker on the podium. Diveni kakuhle, you are allowed to heckle, but none of you is allowed to drown a speaker. Please proceed. Honorable.
Point of order, Chairperson of NCOP.
You are on a point of order?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The point of order I want to raise is that respect for the House is important. There is no House chair, there is no castle corner in the House.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Waters, there is no castle corner in the House. Can we proceed? Honorable Steenhuisen.
It was truly bizarre to hear the president outlining plans that sounded like he was an opposition leader running against his own government than the leader of a party that's been in power for 22 years. How disappointing it must have been for the 9 million South Africans sitting at home without work, desperate for a glimmer of hope that things will get better. All they were served up was a dish of more high rhetoric, more empty promises, and yet another year of despair to add to the 8 previous years of the Zuma presidency. And that's why, when he droned on in that monotonous monotone, he put his own benches to sleep and he made his nation weep. His members slept because they know, just as the nation knows, that he will never, ever deliver. The nation wept because they knew that these were just words on a page written by the Latuli House apparatchiks, going through the motions, just like jobs, 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 just like the 9-point plan, just like the NDP. Nothing will come of the speech. It was nothing more than a cynically crafted subterfuge as a bit to disguise the backstory of state capture, corruption, and failing parastatals. How disappointing it must have been for all those who placed their trust in you, Mr. President, to deliver them from their
Honorable
suffering.
Steenhuisen, honorable members, you are not heckling, you are screaming. Please continue.
Not only have you broken faith with the Constitution, you've broken faith with the people. It was also not surprising that the President had to bring his army with him to Parliament last week. He knew that he couldn't win the debate through force of argument. So instead, he sought to win it with a show of force. This is what desperate dictators do when they run out of credibility. They hide from the people behind lines of troops with guns and armored cars. Analysts watching the Sona have...
Order, Speaker. Order, Chair.
Honorable Steenhuisen, please take your seat.
Chair.
Yes, sir. Your point of order.
I'd like to ask Honorable Steenhuisen whether he can take a question.
Honorable Steenhuisen, would you take a question?
I only take questions from people who haven't been named the Mampara of the Month by the Sunday.
He doesn't take...
Honorable Speaker.
Please take your seat. He is not willing to take a question.
Can I raise another point of order, Chair?
Honorable...
Can I raise a point of order, Chair?
No. You stood and asked whether the member wanted to take a question.
I
He
agree,
says
Chair.
no.
And he insulted me at the same time.
Honorable Bongo, take your seat. Honorable Steenhuisen, continue.
Analysts watching the Sona of last week have been debating for days while the President giggled like a schoolgirl while the violent scenes unfolded here in the House. Some have said it was a nervous response, but those of us who witnessed it at close quarters could see that it was anything but. the President was clearly relishing the brutal beating and the awful sounds of flesh on bone, breaking benches, and the wails of terrified women in pain. Only a true tyrant would derive enjoyment watching those opponents elected to exercise oversight over him being dealt with like this. But as disappointed as those citizens last week must have been with the President's speech, pales into insignificant with the disappointment they must have felt by the poor grade of speakers fielded by this uncaring, unresponsive, arrogant, and inward-looking lot here today. We had Minister Jeff Radebe up here, and he spoke about the mayhem, but of course conveniently forgets the fact that Minister Zulu tore up 2 of the flags in memory of the Esendameni 94, that we were told to F off and call dogs in this house by members of the ANC, including premiers. And then you complain that the EFF disrupts the President for spurious points of order, when all you've done today is deploy that exact tactic in this house against DA speakers. Hypocrisy indeed. You're wrong about JSE ownership. The PRC has 1.8 trillion rand of investments on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, all pensions money of civil servants, and according to the DPSA, the civil service is 91% black South Africans. Go back to the drawing board. I also noticed from the weekend papers that you appear to have entered the race for the presidency of your party. You've got a bit of catching up to do because 1 or 2 of the candidates are a little bit ahead of you in terms of their literature. I'm still trying to work out what the BM stands for. Could it be bad mood? Mr. Mkongi came to the podium here and spoke about the Botha and Milan regime without recognizing the absolute irony that he has become the Botha Milan regime right here in Parliament, hiding behind tanks and the army and the police to beat your political opponents when you can't beat them with argument. I also would be pulling out O.R. Tambo from the archives if this is what was sitting in the presidency of my party today. Too embarrassed to talk about your current leaders, so you've got to go back and resurrect them from the past. But I can tell you one thing, if O.R. Tambo was around today, he would be disgusted with what's happened to his party, and he would be disgusted with what's happened to you. Inciting people to burn down buildings on Facebook, burn other people. You're so desperate to be made the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry. Mr. President, can't you just appoint the man so we don't have to be suffering these tirades every year? Then we had the Honourable Premier of the Northern Cape, Mrs. Lucas, up here. She comes here and tells us about delivery and how great her province is doing. 43.3% unemployment, the highest in the country. The incidence of poverty, 42% in the Northern Cape, 2.7% in DA-run Western Cape. The truth of the matter is that, like KFC in the Northern Cape, her government doesn't deliver. The only delivery that's happening in her province is that being done by Mr. Delivery. 53,000 rands worth of government money spent on KFC, Nando's, and fast food. Not breaking any records in her province, but I hear that the Horseshoe Motel got pretty broken up this weekend with your factional fight with Mr. Mzamani Saw. Eh? I would suggest that you go back to your province and sort it out rather than coming here and swanning around in your fancy outfits. Minister Mkwinti came here, and after the weekend papers, I can't imagine how you could possibly show your face here today. And I agree with you, I think we should do a land audit. I think he's absolutely right. We should start with a land audit at Letuli House. Let's see how many government farms have been handed over to the comrades and friends. Mr. Nkwinti also talks about the land. He owns three properties, 2 farms and a house in Kenton, hardly in the ranks of the landless. Rather large farm as well. But I noticed he brought a whole lot of people to the gallery. Mr. Errol Present wasn't present. I wonder why. Obviously, a bit embarrassed to bring him here. But he also wasn't completely honest in terms of the Cape Town land deal. Yes, the city had to spend 5 million rand of ratepayers' money.
Honorable House Chair.
Please take your seat, sir. Honorable Majeke, you are on a point of order.
Is Honorable Steenhuisen ready to take a question on how much of land
No, ma'am.
is owned by the members of
No,
the DA
ma'am.
sitting here?
Honorable Steenhuisen, are you ready to take a question?
I'll take one in Barney's afterwards. I know she'll be there.
He's not ready, ma'am. Please continue, sir.
But the truth is that in South Africa, we can have an inclusive and fair economy that is growing and creating jobs. In South Africa, we can have water, electricity, homes, and most importantly, dignity for our people. South Africa can have excellent schools that feed into a tertiary and skills development system that creates real opportunity for our people. We can have this, and we can have so much more. But it's going to be up to the citizens at home that are watching this debacle here today and over the last few days, because they're going to have to be the change that forces the spring of change in South Africa. This ANC has failed you. This parliament has failed you. And what you need is a party that gets up every day and is obsessed about fighting your corner. The DA under Musi Maimane is that party. So help us vote this moribund lot out of office so that you can have a government that is truly on your side. A government that fights for growth, not Guptas, that brings jobs and not jets, that brings dignity and not despair. You've given us the keys to the metros in the country. It's time to give us the keys to the union buildings in 2019. That fight starts now.
Thank you. The Honorable Zgalala.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, His Excellency Deputy President Ramaphosa, honorable members of the National Assembly and the NCOP, we take honor to represent the only people's movement, the ANC, in this debate on the state of the nation's address during the important year of Olive Original Tambo. To gain votes, in theory, the DA claimed to represent the interest of all people, including Africans, yet in practice, they oppress Africans. In the very same Western Cape, there are a number of mines that are operating here, yet there is not even a single African involved in the ownership of such mines. Speaking here today, the DA purport to be supporting small business, small-scale farmers, but it is the very same DA that in all provincial legislatures, they refuse to support the expropriation bill. It is not only that they ended there. Western Cape remains one of the provinces with a high number of people who are exploited in farm areas. They claim that the ANC is following EFF policies. No, we are not following EFF policies. Land expropriation is the ANC policy, and we are going to implement it. Radical economic transformation is the ANC policy and will be implemented with no fear. The people who are in coalition with the EFF is the DA itself. For the past 3 years, the DA and EFF have been competing in disrupting this house. The conduct presented here by Honorable Member Van Dam few minutes ago is the same unruly behavior which is always displayed by the EFF. It is the DA that is in an unholy alliance with the EFF to govern Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Nelson Mandela. Anyway, it is the DA strategy that when they need vote, they will pretend as if they support you, but when it is inconvenient, they will denounce you. That's what you are doing to your partners, the EFF. When members of this House wanted to ask questions, they are told that they are speaking nonsense. Such language resonates with the same racist remarks that Africans are like monkeys. To make himself relevant, the fading and long forgotten Honorable James tries to use the issue of Estimeni to regain some popularity. The Speaker never refused to observe, for the House to observe a moment silent, but rather directed that it will be done here, and it has been done. Because of desperation, the same member trying to regain popularity, he degenerates to peddling misinformation to suggest that former President Madiba refused to meet President Zuma is a blatant misinformation and far-fetched. Let me tell you, you speak as if you are the only one who governs. I'm coming from KwaZulu-Natal, a province of clean audits. The State of the Nation's address, for those of you, in particular John Steenhuisen, who didn't hear the President, let's help you now. Honorable President, the State of the Nation's address you presented gave a clear message of hope to the toiling masses of our people that their movement has not forgotten them. In the face of barrage of attack from some quarters, President, you and your cabinet successfully led the country to avoid the credit downgrade, which was an ultimate objective of the enemy. We all know that had we been downgraded, the severe consequences would have been felt mostly by the poor and to the delight of the enemy. To eradicate the era of radical economic transformation demands that we must constantly wrestle the economic ownership and control from the monopoly and the cartels. The pursuit of Black Industrialist Program must take the center stage in order to bring more Black and Africans in particular into the ownership and control of the economy. Radical economic transformation will remain a pipe dream if we do not restore land to the people. Africans cannot continue to work land for the benefit of the few who stole it with force. Land reform. Land remains a catalyzer for mainstream economic participation, ownership and control. In this regard, the ANC will use its majority to fast-track Land Expropriation Act. Where land can be restituted, the government will continue to discourage financial compensation, as this option undermines the transformation of the agriculture as a critical economic sector. Baba Shenge, let me assure you that the ANC is continuing with the implementation of the National Development Plan, and we're not going to leave it. We're going to implement it, hence we call it Vision 2030. Honorable President, we fully concur with you when you say we should move beyond words to practical programs. This directive is in line with the teachings of Amika Cabral, who taught us that we must always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for things in one's head. They are fighting to win material benefit, to live better and in peace, to see their life go forward, and to guarantee the future of their children. We fully concur with the thrust of the State of the Nation's address that things must not be business as usual. All hands on deck to speed up transformation. We must say we need to spearhead local economic development using government buying power to ensure that we include the majority in the mainstream of the economy. We are inspired by the case of South Korea, which is part of the Asian Tiger, whose principal strategy was to promote local economies on the back of the state buying power. The state institutions and the state-supported companies in South Korea were compelled to procure from local businesses, particularly from cooperatives and SMMEs. In the State of the Nation's address, Honorable President Jacob Zuma indicated that the government spent 500 billion rand a year buying goods and services, and that added to this is 900 billion rand on infrastructure budget. As a revolutionary government led by the ANC, we will ensure that the majority of the people, the motive forces of the revolution, are the rightful beneficiaries of this government spend. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we're steaming ahead with using the buying power for the state of the for the benefit of the majority through empowering and securing market for cooperatives and SMMEs. Our flagship program, which we call the Radical Agrarian Socio-Economic Transformation Program, the Operation Vula. This program is aimed at transforming the agricultural sector by bringing the historical disadvantaged people into the entire value chain of agricultural products, from production to distribution in the market. With this program, SMMEs and cooperatives will be incubated on the prioritized commodities and will supply these commodities to the government-owned and operated district development agencies in all districts. We will then use government buying power through the Department of Education, Department of Health, and Department of Social Development to buy these products from the district agencies. By so doing, we would secure a long-lasting market for SMMEs and cooperatives. This is a clear program that includes those you previously oppressed in the mainstream economy of this country. We're determined to launch and roll out this program before the end of March this year. Because we are radical in our approach, as part of Operation Vula, we're also targeting the majority of sectors that benefit from government buying power to fast-track the integration of people into the economic mainstream. In this regard, we're targeting to widen scope of beneficiaries in infrastructure development. We welcome the finalization of new regulations that make it compulsory for big companies to subcontract at least 30% of businesses to African-owned enterprises. This must be implemented immediately by all departments, all provinces, and municipalities. However, we must go beyond subcontracting into ensuring that infrastructure material is procured locally. Companies awarded tenders for infrastructure development and building low-cost houses must be compelled to procure the building material from local manufacturers, in particular the blacks and Africans. Madam Speaker, the President directed us to be strong on action more than on words. Therefore, our approach on local economic development through Operation Vula, we will expand to ring-fence the production of government furniture, school furniture, production of uniforms, as well as bakeries for SMMEs and cooperatives. We are confident that if the entire government can adopt this conscious approach, we will succeed in ensuring the participation of the majority into the mainstream economy as one step toward ensuring economic ownership and control by the majority. Honorable President, one of your novel interventions on stimulating the economy is the focus on ocean economy. whilst we believe that there should be strong participation of locals in all ocean labs identified, the immediate benefit for ordinary people should be on aquaculture. This is because even inland areas that are not endowed with the sea can immediately venture into this area by making full use of dams surrounding their communities. As part of exploring ocean economy, we will continue to use Black Industrialist Program to help our people leverage on shipbuilding, maintenance, and repair. Madam Chairperson, as we adopt more radical approach in our local economic development, we must create, through local government, a conducive environment for business to thrive. In this regard, we welcome the establishment of Invest South Africa, a one-stop shop that will unlock the red tape associated with investment. As directed by the State of the Nation's address presented by the President last week, as KwaZulu-Natal was fast-tracking the opening of our provincial one-stop shop to facilitate the provision of conducive environment for investors and the business in our province. Honorable President, the renewed focus on local economic development through diversification of ownership and control of the economy brings the real war to the doorstep of the monopoly capital and its offsprings. Hence the sustained attack against the ANC president and the ANC itself. Thus the road ahead will never be easy, but will instead be bumpy. As former President Chief Albert Luthuli said, and he predicted, at times the road to freedom will via through the cross. What we're seeing here today, the humiliation that our leadership is sometimes subjected to, is the affirmation of that prediction by Chief Albert Luthuli. But as taught by Anton Lembete, the revolution needs men and women of stamina, integrity, and courage. Thus we shall not surrender. The enemy will always unleash its scoundrels in red overalls and their partners in the unholy alliance and the DA to try and pull the wool over the eyes of the people. But the people will never be fooled. And they have correctly analyzed this unholy alliance as nothing else but a monster of the nation. Honorable Speaker, special delegates who come to represent provinces in this House do so not representing their parties, but they come and represent provinces beyond party affiliation. The conduct of the Premier of Western Cape, who walked out with DA members during the State of the Nation address, could only be interpreted as the cheap political grandstanding, but in essence, it undermines the representation of that province in this House. As the ANC, we are acutely aware that the unity of the ANC finds expression in the unity of the people of our country. Hence, we will tirelessly work for maximum unity of the movement for us to unite the people. The personalized attack to the Speaker of this House during the State of the Nation's address was nothing else but naivety and hooliganism. Such attacks are born from notorious apartheid regime, that strategy of divide and rule. It shall not succeed. As indicated earlier, the State of the Nation's address did not only bring hope, but also affirms the ANC's determination for the attainment of the National Democratic Society, which will be free of poverty, free of unemployment, and free of inequality. There is no doubt, siyakuba, ikona indlela eya phambili empilweni engcono kuwo wonke umuntu. Leyo ndlela yi-ANC. Working together, we take South Africa forward. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order. 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 Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the list of speakers for today. The debate will resume tomorrow. That concludes the business for the day, and this joint sitting is adjourned.